It's the best of the best, showcasing their talents in the USPBL tonight. We have the All-Star Game and Home Run Derby from Jimmy John's Field from the USPBL pregame show. That's Alex Johnson. I'm Tom Cavanaugh. We're set for a great day today, Alex. You know, me and you not able to cover this game last year. We're here for the Home Run Derby and a full day. Team Ben versus Team Bo Atkins. Can't wait. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, it will be, Tom. No, this is going to be a great showcase of all the players here in the USPBL, the Midsummer Classic, as some people call it, around here. But it's going to be a great night, for baseball, for the Home Run Derby and the All-Star Game. Just a great way to cap off, the July 4th weekend in the first half of the season. It's been a lot of fun so far, and looking forward to it here tonight.
Yeah, Beavers got a huge win last night on July 4th. A huge win as they move to now 4-17 on the year. But let's take a look at these contenders today for the Home Run Derby, which we are starting with today at about 6:15 p.m. To start it off, we got two guys from the West Side Woolly Mammoths, Francis Florentino, Drew Fleming. Of the East Side Diamond Hoppers, we have Matt Garrick and Ben Ferguson. One man out of the Unicorns is Jared Weber, their hottest hitter, and Christian Ortega of the Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers. Those are our 6 participants today. A bunch of the best hitters in the league. You can't ask for much more because these guys are the star power at the plate so far through halfway through the season.
Yeah, you couldn't have asked for the top 6 guys here to participate here tonight in the Home Run Derby, Tom. Going to be a lot of fun. Francis Florentino, he's the front runner right now in home runs with 5 on the season. But then you got other guys coming in with Drew Fleming, Matt Garrick, Jared Weber, and Christian Ortega, all with 3. So they're right there behind them. So they have a lot of power to show off. And we saw that in the first half of the season. But it's going to be a great one here tonight. It doesn't matter what the situation with the weather here tonight. It could impact how these hitters go. And one good player gets on a hot streak, and they can take it all here tonight.
It's going to be a lot of fun. We have some rules that we're going to get to in just a moment. We will detail those later on when we get to the broadcast. But roughly, it's going to be 3 rounds of Home Run Derby, 2 minutes for each player. It's not based on swings or outs. It's going to be on timing. So each player gets 2 minutes in round 1 and round 2. The top 3 hitters out of round 1 will move into round 2. The top 2 hitters out of the 3 in round 2 will move on to the championship. And that final round is 2.5 minutes long. Do you have anybody off the top of your head that you think is going to be in that final round or has a really good chance to win it? Your pick, Alex.
Well, I've got to go with the fan favorite. The front runner here, Francis Florentino. He's been really well throughout the course of this season. He has heated up as of late, coming in with 5 home runs, 20 RBIs, and in over 300 on the season. I think it's going to be a really key thing for him. He's going to get going. He's going to get the fans excited here tonight. I'm going to have him in the championship round and winning it all.
I got a sneaky pick for you, Alex. I like Jared Weber, a guy that leads the league in hits with 20. He's got 3 home runs, but that guy's got a lot of power. When I watch him hit batting practice, the exit velocity off the bat is electric. So I like Jared Weber from the Unicorns to go down into that final round and take it against a guy like either Florentino or Drew Fleming, 2 of the hottest hitters for that West Side Woolly Mammoth team.
Yeah, Fleming's a good guy, too. He's right up there. He could be right in the mix as well. He had that walk-off home run a couple weeks ago. He's been heating it up. And we saw a lot of he did in college, and a lot of the power he had. Hit nearly 30 home runs over at Concordia the last 2 seasons. So look out for him as well for those tuning in tonight. It's going to be a lot of fun. You don't want to miss it.
East Side Diamond Hoppers have Matt Garrick and Ben Ferguson. Can't forget about those guys. Hoppers are the best offensive team, and that's a big reason why they have 2 guys in the Derby as well.
Yeah, Matt Garrick, he was the guy that really started off the home run campaign throughout the season. He had 2 home runs to start off the year in the first week, but he's cooled it off a little bit. But he's going to be able to come back here tonight, get his swings going. He could have a good run here tonight. But then Ben Ferguson, he only has 1 home run on the season, looking at the stat line so far. But don't fool that. Don't let those stats fool you. He has a lot of power, and he can hit the ball really hard. I saw that in batting practice a couple days ago when he was getting out there for the game last Saturday against the Mammoths. He had a lot of strength and a lot of power. So look out for him here tonight, Tom.
Last man is Christian Ortega of the Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers. He has a lot of power as well. 3 home runs this season, and he puts balls on top of the Chevy Pavilion in batting practice all the time, and we've seen it in the game as well. At 6:15, we have the Home Run Derby coming right at you. Right after that is the All-Star Game from the USPBL 2024 season, Team Ben versus Team Bo. But first, we'll get you all the dingers in just a few minutes when we come back on the USPBL pregame show.
First State Bank is a locally owned and operated business. We're part of your community. At fsbcares.com, you'll find ways that we're making a difference by featuring locally owned and operated businesses, providing access to helpful financial resources, and engaging with community. FSBcares.com is part of our commitment to the neighborhood because strong neighbors mean stronger communities. Where good neighbors do great things. Member FDIC and Equal Housing Lender.
What a day it is. July 5th here in downtown Utica, Jimmy John's Field. We're packed with the best of the best in the USPBL going at it today. The All-Star Game later, but first, the Home Run Derby, presented by the USPBL Network. Alongside Alex Johnson, I'm Tom Cavanaugh. Alex, let's get into the rules a little bit for this derby. We're going to feature 6 of the best hitters in the league today. Ben Ferguson of the Eastside Diamond Hoppers, along with Matt Garrick of the Hoppers, Christian Ortega of the Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers, Jared Weber from the Utica Unicorns, and the 2 men out of the Mammoth squad, Drew Fleming and Francis Florentino. In the pregame, we kind of talked about each guy and what makes them so special at the plate, but today it's all about highlighting these guys, the 6 that are participating in the derby, and all of the different players on both sides for Team Bo Atkins and Team Ben Wilcoxon.
Yeah, it's going to be a great night overall. And starting with the home run derby here tonight, these 6 guys have earned their chance to participate in the home run derby based on what they've done throughout the course of the season. It's going to be a lot of fun. Seeing all these guys and hitting all the balls out of the ballpark here tonight. So it's going to be a blast here. And then for the All-Star Game later on, we want to congratulate all the guys for making it here to the All-Star Game, all their hard work and effort throughout the first half of the season to get to this point. It's not an easy road. They have to go through a lot, in the preseason, start out in May in spring training, and they have to play through a full slate of games throughout the first 8-9 weeks or so of the season. Getting a little bit of a break now, but trying to get a chance here to play in this All-Star Game to showcase to these fans. It's a little bit laid back in this exhibition game, but it's still going to be a lot of fun here today, Tom.
It's going to be a ton of fun, and you're right. You had to make an impression early on in the season to be able to be qualified for a lot of these all-star spots. We do have some newbies that have really shown out in their first couple of outings and plate appearances to get them onto the all-star roster as well. We have a packed crowd here starting to file in. 6:15 is when our home run derby will kick off. Ben Ferguson will lead us off as the first hitter. But let's get into the details here with the rounds. 2 minutes for each hitter. It's not based on swings or outs. Each guy will have 2 minutes, and there's going to be 3 full rounds. So the first round will feature all 6 hitters, 2 minutes apiece. One little caveat to that is the fact that no coach can throw the ball, the next pitch, I should say, until the home run is determined. So if Florentino hits one to center field and it's, 380, 390, and it just barely crawls over, it's not until that ball finds the trees behind the fence that another pitch can be thrown. So being selective, it's not something you can really do today because, you have such limited time to put together as many swings as possible. Hopefully these pitchers, obviously they're hand selected by the hitters, but not going to be taking a lot of pitches today in this derby.
Yeah, they got to choose wisely of when to take a pitch. Based on the rules you said, you got to wait till the ball officially goes over and it's determine if it's a home run or not before the next pitch is thrown. And that could take an extra 5 or 6 seconds, depending on where the ball lands. So, it's going to put a lot of pressure on these hitters, to take a chance. When should I take a pitch, to not go off of? So that's what they got to do here tonight. They got to be a little bit selective on what they do here. So we'll see how that impacts, their decision making throughout the course of the evening.
Each player will have a 30-second timeout that they can choose to use at any point within the 2 minutes. Now, after that first round where we see all 6 hitters, the top 3 will move on. So the top 3 hitters, and by the way, folks, if there is a tiebreaker, let's say Weber and Garrick both have 4 home runs apiece, it's based on whoever hit the farthest home run in that round that will move on. So if Garrick hits a ball 415, but Weber hits one 420, Weber moves on because he hit the ball a little bit farther on one of those home runs. And when we get done with those 2 rounds, we move into the second round, it'll be the top 3 hitters. The top 2 of those 3 will move on to the final round, and the final round is 2.5 minutes. So they get a little bit more time, but that 30-second timeout, I think, is really clutch, and they're going to be able to utilize that throughout today.
Yeah, you're going to be able to have that, especially with the limited chances you have to take a pitch. So it's going to take these hitters to take a second to when to use that timeout if they're through a slow stretch, but based on how much time they have remaining. So we're going to see how that's going to use that to their advantage and when to use it. It's going to be important for these guys to get on a rhythm early so they don't lose momentum and have to use a timeout 20, 30 seconds in. So that's going to play an impact as well. It's different than the MLB home run derby where there's no extra timing if you hit a ball 450 feet or something like that. So
right, yeah. They don't have that extra little boost that you would usually get in those traditional derbies. And right now we're announcing the candidates from each side. Francis Florentino, Jared Weber, and Matt Garrick. They're all a part of Team Bo Atkins. On the other side, it's Drew Fleming, Christian Ortega, and Ben Ferguson on your screen right now. Alex, the only other little piece of detail with these rules is that when we get to that final round, if there is a tie in that final round, there's going to be a 5-pitch swing off. So not 5 swings, it's 5 pitches, and you got to go after those 5. And then if it's still tied, the farthest home run will win.
Yeah, that's an important note to mention. If we get to that point, and it's going to be crucial for these guys, to take everything they got, because you never know, nothing's for sure, based on what everyone else does, later on in the round. So that's something we'll take a look on throughout the course of the evening time. But I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be a lot of fun for these guys. They're ready, to take batting practice swings and try to send many balls out of the park as they can, to give these fans a show here tonight, in this All-Star game. It's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be a great atmosphere, to cap off this 4th of July weekend, this first half of the season. It's been a lot of fun here, Tom, so far, and looking forward to the rest of the way, especially here tonight for the best of the USPBL here in the 2024 season.
Yeah, the first half of the season has been awesome. I mean, we've seen 3 teams that are pretty much deadlocked, all at the top with 12 wins apiece, and only 1 loss separates each 3 teams, with the Mammoths in first, Hoppers in second place, Unicorns in third, and then bringing up the rear are the Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers. Ben Ferguson will get us started right now, and Whit Hughes, his teammate, is going to pitch to him.
Looking forward to this starting, and it's going to be a great action here for all of you here tonight. Ben Ferguson, we mentioned on here in the pregame show, only has 1 home run so far, in the season, but he has a lot of power. Throughout we've seen in batting practice time throughout the course of the season. He's going to bring everything he's got here today, and he's going to take everything to his advantage and really put on a clinic here and surprise some people here tonight.
I think so too. I mean, we've watched a ton of batting practice over the first couple weeks of this season, and I mean, my goodness, these guys can really hit it out. Timer has started for Ben Ferguson. Swings at the second pitch he sees, lines it into center field. A couple of line drives to start. Definitely going to need to get some launch angle and get underneath the baseball. Like that swing right there, that's going to come up a tad short.
And he's just trying to get warmed up here, especially with the first one. You got to be able to get your warm-up swings in.
And Hughes, the pitcher, is the traditional pitcher for BP usually. Here's Ferguson to right center field. That ball's gone. 1 for Ferguson, as he's about 60 seconds in. There's a line drive down the right field line, foul. And we have a couple of interns down the right and left field lines that are calling if balls are fair or foul. Ferguson lifts one out to right center again. Will this have enough? No. And Alex, one thing about, these swings right here is you're really trying to put the ball out, but you're using a lot of force. Ferguson deep to right. That one comes up a few feet short on the track. It's just you're expending so much energy in such a short amount of time, and Ferguson will take a timeout.
Yeah, good decision there by Ferguson. Just trying to take a timeout here. You got to put a lot of pressure on yourself to swing at a fast rate because you don't have much time to take off a pitch because the time is moving really quickly.
Teammates Blake Van Diver and Zeb Roos are out to hydrate Ben Ferguson. Throw a little water on the back of the head, get him cooled down. It's a hot day today. The sun has come out. It was a very, cloudy, overcast, drizzly day to start. But as soon as our action started, the sun came out. It's been a great day.
Yeah, it's been good here. We had a little bit of rain early on, and the sun has peaked out.
Ferguson comes up short in right center. That line drive to right hits the wall. Still one home run for Ben Ferguson right now with 45 seconds to play. Underneath that one a little bit. He's hit a lot on a line as he drills one out to right field now. Does this have the legs? You can kind of tell by a lot of these fans that are sitting around there looming around the baseball. Will this be number 2? Yes, onto the berm. Ferguson with a deuce. That's pulled foul. He's got about 15 seconds to go. That's number 3. Absolutely crushed out to right field. Does he have back-to-back? That's 4 for Ben Ferguson. He's on a roll right now. Make it 5. And at the end of the timer, Hughes can't get it off. Will this count? This is out to right field. It will not be enough. Is it? They count it. 6 home runs for Ferguson. He went on a little streak at the end of that one. My goodness.
Yeah, really good job at the end by Ferguson. Saved the best for last in that first round. He only had 1 home run when he took that time out, but he was just put on the pedals and just blasted them out to right field, some over past the lawn seats. And he has just been really good, getting himself on a groove. And just incredible to see Ferguson, being the first one up, puts a lot of pressure on you to start out, right out. He was a little bit out cold, at the beginning with only 1. But it was just good to see, to him to get back on track and blasted a few in a short amount of time.
We're going to make it to the second round, maybe? What do we think?
I hope so.
I hope so. Okay, well, everybody give it up for Ben. 6 home runs to open us off.
Future, is this going to be broadcasted? Perfect. We will shut off when that happens. Ferguson, you could hear him there, absolutely exhausted at the end of that 2 minutes. But he used that 30-second timeout very wisely because right afterwards, he was launching baseballs. I think he hit 3 in a row to get his total up to 6. That is going to be a tough number to beat as Christian Ortega comes to the plate and grounds the first pitch to shortstop.
Yeah, it's not an easy, many people think hitting 6 home runs in 2 minutes, especially in putting all that pressure on you. And there wasn't a lot of batting practice in the beginning because all the rain in the early on part of the day. And
it was only cage work. Nobody could hit on-field batting practice as Ortega lifts one out to left field. See you later. That's number 1 for Christian Ortega, and that's 2. Absolute laser beam out to left field past the Chevy Pavilion. Quickly on the toes of Ferguson. Here's a line drive out to left that just hits the middle of the wall.
Yeah, he's trying to hit as far as he can at over 400. There's another one right there.
3 for Ortega. A .275 average with 14 hits and 3 homers on the year for the Beavers' third baseman. And you got to be obviously not selective, but put a lot of trust in your pitcher here to serve you up some good elevated fastballs that you can get out of here. Timeout called by Ortega after a few misses. So he's halfway to Ferguson's 6, and remember, you just need to make the top 3 here to be able to move into that next round.
Yeah, that's something you got to remember, for Ortega, who's been key throughout the course of the season so far. He came in with 3 home runs, in the first half of the season. And he's been on a roll over the last few games, and he's been trying to get himself here with assistant coach Nick Caruso and Ben Wilcoxon giving him a breather.
There's about 58 seconds left on the time for Ortega. He needs 3 more home runs to tie Ferguson, but I think anywhere between 4 to 6, maybe if he beats Ben with 7, I think that's good enough for second place. But I also don't know the power. I mean, I know the power of these other guys coming in, but you never know what you're really going to get if a guy's going to hit 0 or 1 or 2, because the home run derby can sometimes be very different from real baseball.
You know, just hard to predict. You want to be able to be safe and have enough. You know.
Ortega leaves that one a little short. He's at 4 right now. Here's a fly ball to left field. Very high, does not have the distance. Line drive to left, does it have enough to get over? Yes, that's 5. There's number 6, and Ortega's tied with Ferguson. That ball's way gone. Pop up right back into the stands. At 7 now is Christian Ortega. He has taken the lead over Ferguson. This one stroked out to center. That's gone off the netting to straightaway center for 9. Yes! Ortega is unloading right now. This ball's way foul. They're going to finish with 9 for Christian Ortega. My goodness, what a showing as Ben Wilcoxon comes over to give him a little dap.
Yeah, just blasted those right out near the scoreboard and a few over the left or the Chevrolet Pavilion.
Now we're going to throw it down the field again to Maddie.
We'll send it down to Maddie and Christian Ortega.
Up with 9 home runs. Obviously a little gassed, but how are you feeling?
Gassed. It's fun though.
Fun though. Was 9 like ballpark that you had in mind?
No, I was thinking more like 5, but that's over expectation, so we're having it.
We'll take that. 9 home runs beat his expectation by 4. Everybody give it up for Christian Ortega.
Ortega with 3 more than Ben Ferguson, the lone Beaver representing. He goes off for 9. Here's Drew Fleming, one of the front runners, just based on the swings that he has on a regular basis. Lines one out to left field a little bit short. Here's one to straightaway left field. This ball's crushed into the Chevy Pavilion. There's 1. Does Fleming have 2? He does. I mean, he can get him out in a hurry. That ball just roped a little bit foul. Fleming again to left field. There's number 3. If it goes, it's a little bit short. It'll stay at 2 for Drew.
He's at a good pace right now. Doesn't have to rush anything, but we've seen a lot of these guys not taking many pitches, because of the time constraints. And
here's a line drive out to left. Gotta go. Yes, 3 home runs for Drew Fleming. There's number 4 off the netting on the scoreboard. Way back to left, that's 5. Drew Fleming putting on a show right now, and he's still got 1 minute and 8 seconds as he takes a timeout with 5 on the board.
Yeah, wise decision there. A lot of people are taking it right at the halfway point, which is good, as Nick Pastor gives him a towel and some Gatorade right now behind home plate. And we mentioned Drew Fleming in the pregame. He's shown a lot of power throughout his time at college, especially in his final 2 years over at Concordia. But he has a lot of pop in his bat, and he's been showing that here with 5 at the halfway point, and a couple of long balls went over the Chevrolet Pavilion and off the netting of the scoreboard.
In 2 years at Concordia University, Drew Fleming hit 56 home runs. He has 5 here in the Derby and has skied the last 2 pitches up on the infield. He gets into this ball deep to left, make it 6. He's just got so much bat speed and exit velocity that it's got to get out of here. Here's another towering fly ball to left field. Will this have the distance? No, just a bit short. And he's loving the pitches that are elevated about letter high, right down the middle, maybe a little bit inside, as he looks for number 7 here. That's off the scoreboard. Make it 8. That one's way gone out to left. Oh, he turned on that pitch. Absolute laser beam for 9. 1 more will break Christian Ortega's leading 9 home runs. 13 seconds left for Drew Fleming. He's got enough for a couple more swings. Likely the final swing. He's got maybe 1 more. He lines it out to center field and keeps the next one low. 9 home runs for Fleming, ties Ortega.
Yeah, still a good showing, though, for Fleming. A little bit of slow there at the end, but he had a lot of power, especially out in the left center, off the scoreboard. And like you mentioned, his strength that he has and that build that he has, we're going to send it down to Maddie.
Yeah, I'm following suit with the rest of the guys. I'm exhausted.
Exhausted, I get you, but you tied the lead now. What are we thinking? Maybe second round on the mind already?
No, we'll see what happens.
Awesome. Well, great job. Go take a breather, take a rest. Everybody give it up again for Drew Fleming.
What a showing from Drew Fleming right there, tying Ortega's 9 home runs. We will now feature Matt Garrick and his head coach Ryan Kottke pitching to him. And you can tell from the interviews from each one of these guys, they are so exhausted after swinging at nearly 25, 30 pitches in the course of 2 minutes. Not something they're used to.
Yeah, they're unable to take a rest. Just look at that one. That is just an absolute blast off of Matt Garrick.
That's an over 400-foot bomb for Garrick. He's got one right now and has popped up the last few.
Came in with 3 on the season. He had 2 in that first week of the season, and then he kind of slowed down a little bit, but he's a guy that has a lot of power that we've seen throughout the course of the season.
Garrick just put that one over the scoreboard. This one goes off of the screen halfway up. 3 now for Matt Garrick with about 80 seconds to go. High pop-up right center. Not going to go. Garrick, he's a little bit underneath him, but he has crushed the ones that he has hit out.
Yeah, he's been on target with those, and his timing has been perfect.
Might need to utilize that timeout sooner than later here. He's got 1 minute left. He's halfway through. Here's another towering fly ball to left. That's going to get out of here. 4 for Garrick, and now he takes the timeout with 52 seconds left.
Able to get that one out, and it's going to be Noah Marcoux giving him a breather here. And what we like to see from these guys is, we've talked about it, so they have to go, and it's just something they're not used to. Throughout the course of the game, if they take a pitch, for a ball or for a strike, it's just a different mindset than what you've seen, throughout the regular season or any of the Major League Home Run Derby. Is players, just don't have a time to take a rest.
And if we're looking to get into the second round here, if you're Matt Garrick, you have 5 home runs. The number to beat is 6. Ferguson right now, he is in 3rd place. He's the 3rd man in with 6 home runs. So Garrick needs 1 more to tie Ferguson and 2 to take the lead and get into that second round. But we still have 3 hitters left. There's number 6 for Garrick.
Number 6.
Does he have 7 here? No, that's a bit short. He does. There's 7. Off the wall, that ball just kept carrying. Make it 8 over the Chevy Pavilion. Garrick again to left. I mean, he's got some pop, man. That ball's gone. 9 for Garrick. How about 10? That ball's foul off the pavilion. Does he have enough to beat the record of 9? 5 seconds to go. He's got another swing. Can Kottke get the last one in? Oh, a couple undercut swings. Garrick with 9, and he will tie Fleming and Ortega. So that is going to kick Ben Ferguson out of the next round. He had 6, and all 3 other participants, Fleming, Garrick, and Ortega, all with 9 homers. That just seems to be the number right now, 9.
Yeah, so it's lucky here as we send it down to Maddie.
Thanks, Johnny. All right, Matt Garrick just tied for 1st place with 9 home runs. Matt, other than exhausted, how are you feeling?
Pretty good. The bat felt a little heavy at the end, but besides that, I'm good.
Great, awesome. Was 9 in the ballpark of what you were thinking for today?
Around, yeah, 9, 10.
All right, and as of right now, we'll see you in the second round. How are we feeling?
I feel great. I got to rest up a little bit and get ready.
Awesome. I'll let you go rest. Thank you. Give it up again for Matt Garrick.
Oh, thanks, Maddie. As Matt Garrick, just a little bit tired after that, but he just got on a groove there with 9 home runs. So that's been the lucky number so far with Fleming and Ortega. And these guys have to work for it. They've earned their spot here, and these fans have had a show here so far throughout these first few batters as Jared Weber steps up to the plate
4 home run derby participants have already hit. Fleming, Garrick, and Ortega, all with 9, are currently in round number 2. And Jared Weber from the Utica Unicorns, he will get his swings in now with a fresh 2 minutes. Pat Adams, his assistant coach, will pitch to him.
Weber coming in with 3 home runs. He does lead the hitters in hits with 20. Coming into today is he's still trying to find his first one. 20 seconds in.
There's a line drive out to left field. Does it have the distance? 1 for Jared Weber. Gets it about 10 seconds, 15 seconds in. After Jared Weber will be Francis Florentino, the final hitter in round 1.
Just trying to get her in here. He only has 1 as we're almost at the halfway point. It just hasn't a lot on it. No, that one just cleared out the left field fence.
There's number 2 as it crawls over the wall. Yeah, he's going to need to go on a little bit of a streak here to even come close to 9. He has to hit 9 home runs to move on to that next round. Here's a fly ball to left. Back and gone. Timeout called by Weber with 3 home runs and 56 seconds left.
Yeah, he picked it up in the last couple of hits right there, and it just takes a lot of pressure on you, a lot of toll, but it gives you time to warm up, especially for these players who are not really familiar in this kind of situation or haven't been in it before. But that timeout is just very crucial for these guys to get themselves a breath and some rest, and gives us a new life in them. And we saw that, especially with the first hitter, Ben Ferguson, and any of the other guys.
Yeah, you could go on a little bit of a streak here. There's number 4 for Jared Weber. He's loving that straightaway left field wall. Lines this one out in the gap.
It's off the wall.
There's number 5 for Jared Weber. Deep fly ball into the trees in left center. He's got 25 seconds left. Has to hit the next few out. Might be a little too late for Weber.
It's just taking a lot of time here as well, those ground balls.
Number 6 is on its way. There it goes. 7. The clock will run out. 3, 2, 1. Weber hits his 8th home run off the scoreboard right there. He needed 1 more to tie, but that is going to knock him out of round 2. He came up just short.
Yeah, he pulled it off. No, there at the end, but just fell 1 short of moving on. He's just going to talk with Maddie.
Jared Weber, 8 home runs. Took a little bit to get warmed up there, but again, other than exhausted, how are you feeling right now?
Oh, I feel pretty good. I don't know if it's going to be enough to move on, but hey, it was fun. Got the crowd behind me, so I had a good time.
Absolutely. All right, I'll keep it short. I'll let you go rest. Everybody give it up again for Jared Weber.
Francis Florentino will now step in. He is the final batter of the original 6 that we will see today in the home run derby. Head coach Taylor Jellikowski of the Westside Woolly Mammoths, the coach for Francis, is pitching to him right now. Florentino, I mean, he leads in almost every single offensive category.
Yeah, with 5 home runs, 20 RBIs, hitting over 300.
He's the only member of this derby hitting above 300 on the year. There's a fly ball out to left field. This one's going to be gone. 1 home run for Francis.
Needs at least 9 to tie. If he tries to get double digits here to get him a for sure spot in the next round. And
yeah, current standings right now show Fleming, Ortega, and Garrick all moving on to the second round. Florentino is going to need 10 and maybe even 9 with a tiebreaker to have a chance of getting in. Line drive left field. Does it have the height? No, it hits the base of the wall. High pop up to left center. Just a little bit underneath or on top is Florentino right now. He got all that one. Number 2, that's gone.
see if when he uses his timeout, we're over at the halfway point.
Yeah, about 55 seconds remain.
Needs at least 7, maybe 8, and we'll take that time with 53 seconds.
It's a wise take right there, only 2 home runs, but he's got a lot of time to be able to hit another 7 to tie, maybe 8 to take the lead. And Florentino, I mean, he's a guy that utilizes a lot of his own power to hit home runs. When you look at his 5 on the year, most of those are against breaking pitches. So because those pitches aren't coming in nearly as fast as normal, he's able to use his own power and bat speed to get the ball out.
Yeah, that's what you're using on, and that's how he gets most of that home run power, what you see from him. It's not really on the fastball at 90. It's some of the off-speed pitches that you've talked about. It's just make him so different. It stands out from the rest of the pack. And
45 seconds remain for Florentino. He's still looking for his 3rd home run. This one's back at the wall. It's gone. Number 3 for Francis. Leaves that line drive a little bit low. Round 2 in just a few minutes. Right now we'll feature Fleming, Ortega, and Garrick unless Florentino has something to say about it in the last 25 seconds. Fly ball to straightaway center field. This one will not have enough. Florentino just a little bit underneath. He's popping a ton of these balls up right now, and that could have a chance to the warning track. No good. 5 seconds remaining for Francis. He's going to end below the margin. So Florentino, Ferguson, and Weber, they are all eliminated. Fleming, Garrick, and Ortega will move on. Good showing from Francis. Just got underneath a ton of those pitches.
yeah, just not get the things he wanted right there, but no, still a good showing. No, with only 3 home runs, but still a good performance as he gets a round of applause. We'll be talking with Maddie in just a second. As you take a look at the leaderboard. As you see, Ortega, Fleming, and Garrick will move on to round 2, and we'll send it down to Maddie.
Thanks, Johnny. All right, I'm here with Francis Florentino. Francis, 3 home runs today. How are you feeling after that?
I'm feeling good. You know, I'm trying doing more homer, but it's playing. You know, I'm happy for that.
As exhausted as everyone else has been, you feeling the tiredness?
A little, un poco, a little.
All right, well, I'll let you go sit down. I'll let you go take some breathers. Everybody give it up again for Francis Florentino.
So into the next round, as Alex mentioned, Drew Fleming from the West Side Woolly Mammoths, Matt Garrick from the East Side Diamond Hoppers, and Christian Ortega from the Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers. So the showing from 3 different squads here as you got to take a look at that Home Run Derby leaderboard in the bottom left of your screen. We're going to take a 30-second break in between rounds. We'll be right back for round 2, another 2 minutes on the clock for our top 3 hitters from the USPBL network.
First State Bank is a locally owned and operated business. We're part of your community. At fsbcares.com, you'll find ways that we're making a difference by featuring locally owned and operated businesses, providing access to helpful financial resources, and engaging with community. fsbcares.com is part of our commitment to the neighborhood because strong neighbors mean stronger communities. Where good neighbors do great things. Member FDIC and Equal Housing Lender.
Welcome back into the 2024 USPBL Home Run Derby. Another 2 minutes on the clock. Christian Ortega will start us and clears one to the back warehouses near the batting cage. He's at 1. Make it 2 with that towering fly ball. Ortega gets into another baseball for 3.
He's on a rhythm right now, going over the trees and over the roof of the Chevrolet Pavilion.
4 in a row. Another one. Christian Ortega is crushing baseballs right now. Everything being launched out. We're losing count up here. He's at 6. Make it 7 with that last one. What a hot start. 80 seconds. There's a minute 20 remaining, and Ortega's already got 8 homers.
That's the kind of start he needed.
Will this be 9? Yes, it will. A minute 10 to go. 9 home runs ties Ortega's first round total. Here's 10. Double digits for the first time from any hitter, and Ortega takes his timeout halfway through with 60 seconds to go.
Just an absolute performance so far by Ortega, just blasting them out. One into the trees, one off the roof of the Chevrolet Pavilion and into the fans over there at the picnic tables. And you see all those fans standing along the left field wall trying to grab a souvenir. And it's just been really good to see Ortega coming out of the gate strong, showing a lot of power. And that one is, those balls are just hitting really deep. Well, some know about 415.
What a crowd in left field, waiting for a few more home runs off the bat of Christian Ortega. He now has 19 home runs between the two rounds. Remember, folks, it's a cumulative total for rounds 1 and 2 to move you on. But each guy has 9 bombs, so it really just depends on which two guys hit the most, as Ortega's now at 11. Nice snag out there in left center field from one of the youngsters. Ortega looking for number 12. Does this have the legs? It does. He's at a dozen. 13 homers. There's 14 for Christian Ortega. Every swing right now is elevated with a ton of backspin, and he's finding the Chevy Pavilion in a ton of trees. He's starting to lose the gas right here, though, with 20 seconds to go.
Yeah, all that power to use, it's just taking a toll off of him right now. But no, he slowed down. Is that one just misses off the wall? 4. This is probably going to be 5. Is that one's towering?
Wow. 15 home runs in the second round from Christian Ortega. That's the buzzer. What a job from Christian Ortega, man. 15 home runs plus the 9. He's at 24 through 2 rounds.
Just phenomenal to see by Ortega, as Maddie's going to talk with him about that. And he just put on a show, and he just blasted those left and right.
Christian Ortega, I mean, that was insane. 15 for that round, 24 overall. How are you feeling now? Pretty good, I imagine.
Really good right now. Feeling pretty good.
The exhaustion, I can see it's heavy breaths right now.
Absolutely. I'm dying over here.
I think before you took your first braid, I lost count of how many you hit in the row. That was pretty solid. You were feeling out there a little bit, huh?
Yeah, we got a little groove together going, and, just left it all out there.
All right, I'll let you go take a break, go take a breather. Everybody give it up again for Christian Ortega.
24 is the margin by a ton right now, Alex Johnson. I don't want to call it too early, but Ortega, he might be moving into that final round. Fleming, as well as Garrick, might have to battle for that second spot right now, because 15 in a round is incredible.
Yeah, it is. It's going to be tough, to beat. But Fleming does have that power. He had 9 in the first round, and
he'll have 1 here.
And now that these guys are warmed up and got into a round of play, they'll be more comfortable getting those kind of swings in.
Left center field line drive, gone. There's 2 for Fleming. Is this 3? Yes, it is. Matt Garrick still to hit. 24 home runs to lead the way for Christian Ortega of the Beavers. Fleming showing off his power once again. That's number 4, clearing the wall in left. Number 5 is on its way. There it is. 6 is good. Tiptoeing near that total right now is Drew Fleming. He has 15 between the 2 rounds, and he'll take a break with 1 minute and 2 to go.
6 home runs, and near the halfway point. So really good to show here. He still has a lot of time to work with, and want to be able not to don't stress yourself out too much, especially when you get to that championship round, as those fans will get in all those souvenirs and especially all those foul balls. Some of them were coming their way. The last one was off the net and went into the sand. So
line drive to left, off the bat of Fleming. That just hit the very top of the wall, but those launch angle balls that stay so low are able to get out of here usually, because Fleming hits the ball 100 miles an hour on average, especially from batting practice pitchers too. I mean, he has some serious bat speed.
Yeah, he's able to read the pitches perfectly and able to have that velocity to hit it really far, and only has 6 home runs as we're approaching 30 seconds left.
Fleming spent time at Mott Community College, transferred to Wright State, and finished his career at Concordia. He's looking for number 7. He has that one on top of the pavilion. There's number 8. Back-to-back swings, back-to-back homers for Fleming.
I thought that right there, that one stays in play.
A little bit short to left center field on the warning track. Still a good number right now for Fleming if he's able to get 1 or 2 more. Is this fair? It is not. And that's the buzzer. Fleming will end with 8 in round 2, a total of 17 between the 2 rounds. That's not bad.
Yeah, good showing there by Fleming.
He's gassed right now. I mean, hands on the knees.
Yeah, just a little bit tired right there, and he just took a lot on him. 15 was a tough number to beat. And hopefully now it's up to Matt Garrick to get at least 9 to move on.
Right, here with Drew Fleming, 8 for this round. You had 9 the round before. How are you feeling?
Well, I just want to say thanks to my dad for coming out and throwing to me if I don't end up making it to the next round. This has been a dream of ours for as long as I can remember, so if I don't end up making it, I'm proud to be out here with him.
Oh, that's awesome. I can see the exhaustion a little bit. We're heavy breathing. Are we thinking maybe second round? Are we happy with the 8 home runs this round?
I'm happy to be done. I'm really, really exhausted, so we'll see how it goes.
All right, I'll let you go sit down. Everybody give it up again for Drew Fleming.
Absolute class act in Drew Fleming. First thing out of his mouth is appreciating his father, which we were not aware of at the beginning of the day, but having your father pitch to you in a pro ball home run derby, that's a thing of dreams, man. So cool for the Fleming family to be able to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. It's something special for both of those guys to remember, and it's going to be incredible to watch, and hopefully he's able to get to that next round, but it's up to Matt Garrick. He needs at least 9 to move on to the final round to face off against Christian Ortega.
He yanks one down the left field line. Fair and gone. There's 1. Minute 40 to go for Garrick. He's looking at number 2. This one's way out of here as well. Clearing all the fans out there in left center field. Here's an opposite field swing from Garrick. That's into the trees. 3 home runs for Matt. Does he have 4? That's gone. 60 seconds remaining for Garrick. He's at 4 home runs right now. You're right. He needs 9 to move on.
There's a blast.
8 would push to a tiebreaker with Fleming. It would depend on distance of home run. Here's a line drive shot. 6 home runs for Garrick as he takes a timeout with 1 minute and 6 seconds remaining.
Yeah, right in a good position where he needs to be. All he needs is at least 3 more. He would like to get more if he needs to. I think they'll be able to play the full minute. I'm not sure if it will cut short based on the standings, but I think they'll give it to him just in this kind of situation. But 6 home runs is not bad. Almost near the halfway point, and he just knows what's at hand and just continue what he's got to do. He's shown some opposite field power on that last play.
Garrick to left. That one is demolished. Number 7. There was a conversation between head coach Ryan Kotke and Garrick during that timeout, and I think it's a lot about location and where the pitches where Garrick wants the pitches to be thrown to try to get that 9. He's got 45 seconds to hit 2 home runs. Flares that one down the right field line. Looking for number 8. This one's on the handle a little bit. Does this have the distance? Yes, there's number 8. And 9. Left center field. It's gone. Garrick's moving into the next round. It'll be Matt Garrick and Christian Ortega to finish it off. 20 seconds remaining. Garrick getting a few extra swings here, moving into that final round of 2.5 minutes at the dish.
Trying to see if we get 1 more, maybe 2. And the left center field right there, and
that just cleared the scoreboard. Wow. Number 10 for Garrick with 4 seconds to go. And that he's going to ask for 1 more. Nope, that'll be it. That'll be it. 10 home runs for Garrick. He finishes with 19, just edging out Drew Fleming by 2 to move into that next round. We got a Beaver and a Hopper in the final round of the Home Run Derby here in 2024.
Yeah, really phenomenal by these 2. Ortega pulled on a show, 10 home runs in the first 60 seconds for him, but Matt Garrick did really well near the end to get himself in position. So it's going to be a good one here between Matt Garrick and Christian Ortega for the championship round.
Thanks, Jody. All right, here with Matt Garrick. Double digits that round, had 9 the round before, so we're on the steady increase. How are you feeling after that one?
I'm feeling really good. Tired, like everyone else, but feeling great.
Understandably so. So 19 overall. How are we feeling looking at next round? Are we thinking about it already?
Not yet. We start from 0, so we'll see. Best guy wins. That's it.
Awesome. I'll let you go sit down. Thank you again. Everybody give it up for Matt Garrick.
We'll step aside for a moment. The final round of the 4th annual Home Run Derby from the USPBL here in 2024 is up next. Final round of the Home Run Derby here at Jimmy John's Field. Alongside Alex Johnson, I'm Tom Cavanaugh. We have seen some bombs today, Alex. My goodness. Drew Fleming, he finished up with 17. Garrick moved on with 19. And Christian Ortega, the man on your screen, 24 home runs in 4 minutes of swinging it.
Yeah, just phenomenal work by all these guys here tonight. And it's going to be a good one here for the Home Run Derby title. Christian Ortega and Matt Garrick going forward here at all. And they're going to leave everything on the line here. And Ortega, they'll put on a show in round 2, 10 home runs in the first 60 seconds. And he was just blasting those over left center field, over the Chevrolet Pavilion, into the trees, off the scoreboard, you name it. And it was just incredible to see. But Matt Garrick, he got really well, in the last few seconds of his time in round 2. And I'm looking forward to see, this final round and who comes out strong. It's put a lot of pressure and been tiring, for all these guys. So we'll see what they do here and who has more in the tank, in this final round.
Matt Garrick is going to be the first hitter in this final round. Ortega will go second. 2.5 minutes. And folks, it starts at 0 right now. So the cumulative home runs of 19 and 24, those are big numbers to get you here, but they have no bearing on this final round right now. So you start from scratch, and you're trying to grind through and get a big win in the 4th annual Home Run Derby. Love seeing all those kids out there as well in left center, above or past the wall, and then left, kind of being a part of the experience as well. You have all the pro players that are out here on the field, but then out there in left, behind the wall, also on the field shagging. It's so cool for a lot of the youngsters to be here and be a part of a great day of showcase baseball.
Yeah, especially all for these players out here, the young fans, out on the field and those in the stands, trying to get them as many souvenirs as they can, and they're having a good one here. That left center field area has been a hot spot for home runs, and everyone's been getting those here by the end of this evening. It's just a great opportunity to showcase all these guys based on their talent and their strength to get to this point. It's not easy to get here to the Home Run Derby. It brings a lot to the table, and you have to earn it, and all these guys have gotten here tonight, have earned their chance here to showcase what they got. And I'm looking forward to Christian Ortega and Matt Garrick. Congratulations to both of those guys for making it to the championship round, and we're seeing who has the more into them. And so we're going to be waiting about 45 seconds left before we start the final round. Matt Garrick will go first, and Christian Ortega, based on the round 2 totals.
Our production crew trying to figure out if that mustache on the right side of your screen is real or not. It looks like an over-exaggerated Blake Bean handlebar mustache my man's got going on right there. You think that's real?
I'm not sure about them. Hey, look, maybe it is. It goes all around his lip right there. And for all these fans, then just enjoying themselves here tonight, the Home Run Derby and the All-Star Game. And they're going to have a good time, and they're looking forward to this final round. This Coach Ryan Cockey throwing his last warm-up pitches, and we're going to get started here. Going to be 2.5 minutes on the clock.
Garrick will start us off here in round 3. 2.5 minutes, the final round of the Home Run Derby. Folks, we'll have a 25-minute intermission between the Home Run Derby and our All-Star Game featuring teams Bo Wilcoxon of the Beavers and Bo Atkins of the Westside Woolly Mammoths. Garrick with 1 at the moment. Hits the base of the wall with that last swing. Sky-high fly ball, right center field. That one's got enough. 400 feet out to straightaway center for Garrick. Make it 2. Here's a fly ball to left. Back go the fans, looking up at the wall. Number 3 for Garrick in this final round. It's going to be 4. That's gone as well. And you're right, Garrick's got that opposite field power a little bit as well. They're loving left and left center field, but Garrick can definitely go out to center and right field as well.
Yeah, that's something he's going to try to work for. I know you try to pull to your favor, but not bad to try to go the opposite way at one point.
5 bombs right now for Garrick. He's going to take a break with 1 minute remaining. Check that, 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining. They had to put the extra 30 on there for him. So it was 150 seconds. Originally it said 120, but they had to tack on the extra 30. So nice timeout right there from Matt as he's got 6 bombs with a lot of time to go.
Yeah, just don't want to rush yourself here, but you want to be able to have a good, comfortable lead because you don't know what Ortega is going to bring after having 15 in round 2. So you just want to be able to have your, going first, in this championship round. You set the bar because when you're the second guy, and if Ortega was first and he had like 20, it would have been tough to beat. So we'll see what he does here. He has a lot of time to work with. I got 1:25.
Play has resumed, and Garrick lines a few out to left center field. Hasn't gotten underneath the baseball a ton as this one hits the very top of the wall on a line. Another pop-up on the infield. Approaching 1 minute remaining. There's number 7 for Garrick. He puts that one over top of the Chevy Pavilion. And you got to ask the question, both these guys hit nearly 20, over 20 home runs in the first couple rounds. Did they expend all that power? 8 home runs now for Garrick as he leaves the yard again. There's number 9. I mean, you can tell the balls that Matt Garrick hits out are no doubters, so we can call them before they get out. 10 homers now for Matt.
Yeah, he just has a lot of strength and rip on the ball, and just, like you said, he's just been able to work for it here as to get into the batter's box. He's already used his timeout.
But I like that, readjusting the gloves, take an extra deep breath, even with the time rolling. He does have 11 with 20 seconds to play with. Here's a fly ball to left center field, way back and way gone. I mean, you lose the ball halfway up because it hits the trees. Kotke with a little chin music inside to Garrick. He's looking for number 13 right there. Line drive to left, off the wall. Did that one get out to center field? Do they keep him at 12? They will. I think it hit the very top of the wall. Last swing for Garrick is fouled out of play, and it's going to be a dozen for Matt Garrick in the final round. Boy, he hit 31 home runs over the course of those 3 rounds. How about it from the first baseman and DH for the Eastside Diamond Hoppers?
Yeah, great work by Garrick. A lot of no-doubters, and he was just going after the ball. And just a lot of those fans out there having a good time. We're getting those balls not that far away, but just great work by Matt Garrick. It's now going to be up to Ortega to get to 13 to win it.
Thanks, Johnny. All right, I'm with Matt. Just finished his final round, 12 home runs overall. It's your best round yet. How are you feeling?
Exhausted.
I could tell by the start off with the deep sigh.
Yeah, I'm just shot, honestly. So.
But it brings you to 31 overall, so how are we feeling overall?
In pain, honestly. It's a little tired, but we're here, so might as well make the best of it.
Okay, I'll end the pain there for you so you can go sit down. Everybody give it up for Matt Garrick, 31 home runs overall.
What a showing from Garrick right there. Finishes up with 12 in the final round, and he's putting a little pressure here on Christian Ortega. Ortega's first round, he had 9. He popped off for 15 in round 2. That pretty much surged him into the final round with 24 total. Now he starts from scratch with 2.5 minutes to play. He's going to need to put together 13 to win. And folks, if we have a tiebreaker and Ortega also hits 12, whoever hit the there's going to be a 5 5-swing playoff between the two. 2 home runs already for Ortega. Make it 3, that one into the trees. High fly ball, left field, way short. Here's one drilled out right at the pole. That's going to wrap around good for a home run.
Off the Chevrolet Pavilion, off the roof.
Number 4 now for Christian. Another sky-high ball out to left. That's going to leave the yard. Over the pavilion, 5. Ortega spent time at Davis and Elkins College, went to Tuscaloosa, and he's in his 2nd year with the Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers. He's at 6 currently. He had 5 home runs for the Beavers last season. He already has 3 halfway through the year. He's got 7. Here comes 8. 5 home runs to win it here. Make it 4 now. The countdown has started.
So a lot of time, minute 20 to go.
Tons of time. Timeout called by Ortega. He's at 9. That ball just was a little bit short on the warning track. And here's where you can get selective, Alex. We talked about early in the day, you have 2 minutes, limited time. You got to swing at a lot of what you're thrown. But here, with 78 seconds, you got a minute 18 to work with. You need 4 homers. I think you take a few pitches, you get the good ones, and you only expend your energy when you have to.
Yeah, don't force yourself here. A lot of time to work with. You just want to be able to be selective and take the right approach. But I think for Ortega, he knows the situation. He's not going to force it every single pitch. With a lot of time to work with, you just want to be able to be patient with it. And that's just important for right now. And Nick Caruso, serving him up.
First pitch to Ortega out of the timeout has popped up. He now lifts one out to left center field. Does this have the distance? Off the scoreboard, he's at 10. 3 more homers, and Ortega will take home the 4th annual USPBL Home Run Derby trophy. 11 out to the left field crowd. Here's 12. Does it have enough? All the way back to the wall, and it's gone. Off the wall on the next swing. 12 home runs, 50 seconds. Ortega needs 1 more to win it. Here's a line drive to left. Hooking. Foul. Just off the wall. In the left center gap for 13 on the win, Christian Ortega is your 2024 USPBL Home Run Champion.
Just an absolute clinic by Christian Ortega. Ending that one out in left center field near the scoreboard netting, and all his Beaver teammates congratulating him on a phenomenal effort here tonight. 37 home runs on the evening, and just phenomenal for him here tonight. And
that's mashing the baseball, man. Unbelievable stuff from Christian Ortega. I mean, we watch him every day in batting practice. We know he's got a ton of power, but he just showed it off right there to the fullest extent. 13 beats Matt Garrick's 12, and the champion from the Beavers, Christian Ortega. What a way to go out. He hit 37 total, as you mentioned, and every round he was the leader. I guess he tied round 1 with Garrick and Fleming with 9, but he really set himself apart with that 15 in round 2, and I think that's where we kind of had the inkling that he might be the guy to take it home.
Yeah, he just created some separation, and the other guys couldn't match that. No, Garrick did really well knowing that round 3, putting the pressure on him with 12, but Ortega just had the last one, getting there at 13 to take home the home run derby title, and just incredible work by him. He's going to talk over with Maddie as he's presented with the home run derby championship trophy on the 4th annual home run derby here at the USPBL, and
we'll send it down to Maddie with our winner, Christian Ortega of the Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers, with 13 home runs to beat Matt Garrick's 12 in the final round of the 4th annual USPBL Home Run Derby.
Thanks, Johnny. All All right, Christian Ortega, everybody, our winner of the home run derby today. 13 home runs will start off from that last round. How happy are you with that final performance?
Absolutely thrilled. It was a blast. That's all I got. It was a blast.
That's all he got. That brings you to 32 home runs overall. Was that ballpark even in your mind? Did you think 32 was a possibility today?
Absolutely not. One of my friends said 24, 25 is what you need. Yeah, we excelled that as well.
There we go. We're breaking expectations today. I love it. You had fun. Are you ready to take a little bit of a break before we play the game?
Absolutely. Need that.
Maybe a little bit of a lunch break, sit down, take some breathers, but congratulations again. Everybody give it up one more time for Christian Ortega, our winner of the home run derby today.
Ortega is your champion. And folks, we'll be back in 25 minutes, a prompt start time of 7:35 for the All-Star Game featuring Team Ben Wilcoxon and Team Bo Atkins. Wilcoxon will be the home team. They will be out first, and Bo Atkins, his squad, will be hitting. One last time, any final thoughts on Christian Ortega and how he performed today in this home run derby along with the other participants?
Yeah, just great work by Christian Ortega, and congratulations to him on being the home run derby champion. Just really put on a show, especially in that second round with 15, and then ended off with the home run, the left center near the scoreboard. But congratulations to all the other guys too for making it to the home run derby championship here today and showcasing their skills and talents. They did a lot here to get to this point, and all these players did really well, and looking forward to see what they can do here and keep that home run power with them into the second half of the season.
Appreciate you tuning in to the 2024 USPBL 4th Annual Home Run Derby here from Jimmy John's Field in downtown Utica. In 30 minutes, we will be back with first pitch from the East-West All-Star Game here from the USPBL. Once again, your winner with 13 home runs in the final round, 37 total bombs for Christian Ortega from the Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers. Thanks so much, everybody. We will be back for All-Star action in about 30 minutes.
We're for people, the pioneers, the underdogs, the players, and the slow and steadies. We're for people, for who they are and who they could become. Yes, we're a bank, and some say our business is all about money, but that's an old idea. Because look past the money, and you'll see real human lives. We see it, because we're for people. Huntington, welcome.
Time doesn't heal all wounds. Hard work, perseverance.
And we do.
We're fighting cancer with proton therapy.
And music therapy.
We're turning back the clock on Parkinson's and outsmarting blood clots in seconds.
Instead of days.
Because this is her time. His time, your time. And it's time to show we can. Corewell Health.
First State Bank is a locally owned and operated business. We're part of your community. At fsbcares.com, you'll find ways that we're making a difference by featuring locally owned and operated businesses, providing access to helpful financial resources, and engaging with community. fsbcares.com is part of our commitment to the neighborhood because strong neighbors mean stronger communities. Where good neighbors do great things. Member FDIC, an equal housing lender.
Andy Appleby. I'm the owner and CEO of the USPBL. We're a 4-team league. We play at Jimmy John's Field in Utica, Michigan. Tryon has a wealth of resources that we can tap into when unique HR issues arise, even including visa and immigration issues related to our players. Tryon has helped us to get our baseball season up and running every year and has made a difficult task much easier.
That's why we rely on Tryon.
You can always rely on Tryon.
Welcome back into the USPBL midday show now. Hope you really enjoyed that home run derby that was had just a few minutes ago. What a day. I mean, we saw some great home runs in that first segment of our showcase today as we're featuring all the best players in the USPBL. But let's get into the All-Star Game now and talk about, I guess, the first half of that season that we've had. We're 42 games in now, Alex, and you look at the standings. You got the Westside Woolly Mammoths at the top at 12-7. The Hoppers come in at number 2 at 12-8. And not a big separation. The Unicorns, who lost last night, are 12-9, sitting in 3rd place. And the Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers, they're 4-16. They've been struggling, but I like their offense lately. But let's kind of just break down the beginning of this season. The Mammoths, man, they've been that hot team all year long, battling with the Hoppers, who've had the best offense.
Yeah, it's that 1-2 right there at the top between the Mammoths and the Hoppers. The Unicorns not really far behind, a couple games out, so they're right in the thick of things. But it's been the Mammoths and Hoppers all season long, based on their offense, what we've seen so far in the last couple of weeks, especially the Mammoths, who've picked it up, got a couple wins against the Hoppers, the last few days, and they've really gotten themselves, their offense, back into a groove, and they've proven themselves again to be a top team in the league. But the Hoppers, can't forget about them. They've lost a few of their games over the last few games, but they've always been a consistent team all season long. Coach Ryan built a really good offense, and you got to look out for them heading into the second half of the season.
Yeah, the Hoppers have been just explosive offensively. And then the thing about the Unicorns, who are just a half game back of second place right there at 12-9, their pitching has been stellar. I mean, it's probably the best pitching staff in the entire league right now, with a sub-3 ERA after yesterday's game as well. They were great. The Unicorns are a scrappy squad. They find ways to win games, low run scoring, but also that pitching staff really helps them out, and that's why they're right up there at the top.
Yeah, pitching really gets you to win ball games, and that's been really a key message for Coach Jim Messy and Pat Adams' team throughout the entire season. Even though they don't score a lot, they've struggled a lot throughout the course of the season, hitting around sub-200 as a team, batting average-wise, but that just picked it up by their defense and their pitching, which has been really strong throughout the course of the season, with Jace Baldwin and then Ben Kreisen and many of the other guys in that rotation who have been really strong through them throughout the course of the season.
And we talk about those Beavers as well. They got a big win last night, as we mentioned in the pregame show, but this is a team that picked up 4 or 5 new bats to their lineup and have just been a complete resurgence offensively for this squad and head coach John Dombrowski. I've really enjoyed watching guys like Blake Bean, Pablo Ruiz, other guys like Joe Burke. They've been really awesome for this Beaver team.
Yeah, those new guys have come in to this Beavers team. Not the start to the season they hoped for, coming in and the halfway point of team, but they still a lot of time after the season to turn things around and get back into the race, get into contention, because everyone makes the playoffs at the end of the year, and who knows, they could make a huge run and be a surprise to everyone and make it to that championship game on the last day of the season.
Hopefully it's a page turner for those Beavers, as they had that showcase a couple weeks ago to bring in those new players, and they just changed the tide of what type of team they are. And now let's really delve into the All-Star Game and our 2 teams today. Team Ben will be the home team, and there was a draft that was had last week to determine these All-Star teams. So all 4 teams are going to be represented on both sides, Team Ben Wilcoxon and Team Bo Atkins, who's going to be the road team today. But let's first start with Team Ben Wilcoxon. He's joined by a few of his Beaver members, and Matt Piotrowski, and you have another guy, Jared Weber of the Unicorns. Ryan Carolden's your starting pitcher today for the Team Ben. I love what I'm seeing from this Wilcoxon team, because you have a couple Beavers that are on the squad, guys like Patrick Baggett as well. I mean, it's the best of the best on that Wilcoxon squad.
Yeah, Ben Wilcoxon got a key of his buddies over from the Beavers, but also had some key veterans throughout the last couple of seasons, as you see with Matthew Piotrowski. He was in throughout the entire USPBL on Ben Wilcoxon's team as well. So a lot of good guys throughout that lineup. It was going to be a really good test here tonight, and backed up by Ryan Carolden of the Diamond Hoppers, who has been really strong as of late. Had a good outing a couple of weeks ago in the game against the Mammoths, and also another going against the Mammoths as well. So he's been on a tear for the last couple of weeks, but he's been really strong, and he deserves that nod to get the starting role here tonight.
Carolden's coming off a 9-strikeout start. He's going to be facing the man that leads Team Bo Atkins. It is Bo Atkins, the right-hander, making the start for his team. Guys like Matt Garrick, Colby Seltzer, Tyler Shen, Ethan Kreisen will be a part of that program as well. And don't forget about Francis Florentino, Nick Pastor, and Drew Fleming. When we come back, we have first pitch and lineups here from the 2024 USPBL All-Star Game. Thanks so much for watching, everybody. We'll be right back.
I'm Anthony Tomey, CEO of Tomey Group, and we're one of the largest Jimmy John franchisees in the country. With 50 Jimmy Johns and over 700 employees, it's a challenge to manage operations. What could possibly go wrong with owning 50 Jimmy Johns? People don't show up, equipment fail, run out of bread, no tomatoes, we need onions. Many different things can happen. Tryon allows us to really focus on the food and the operations of the restaurant.
And that's why we rely on Tryon.
You can always rely on Tryon.
Fifth Third Extra Time helps you do you better. So kick back and relax. You have extra time to avoid overdraft fees. Fifth Third Extra Time. This is banking a Fifth Third better. Fifth Third Bank. Yeah, it's a quirky name. But here's the thing, 5/3 equals 166.7%. So we put 166.7% into everything we do. Like automatically getting you your paycheck up to 2 days early, giving you well-deserved extra time to avoid overdraft fees, and helping you borrow from your future self. This is banking a Fifth Third better.
The Dave & Buster's method is designed to help you unlearn adulthood and discover the funner you hidden within you. The you that doesn't think about adult things and stuff. Ashley, I don't want to hear anything about your car registration when we're at Dave & Buster's.
Okay.
The you want to be. Let the Dave & Buster's method illuminate you. Begin the method today with 5 free games. You know you want to.
You know, they say, losing hope, that's the real disaster. Last year, Tropical Storm Fred sent a devastating wall of water and debris down this river. And when the waters receded, Belfour was here. Not just to rebuild, but to help restore the life of this community. Belfour, restoring more than property. You know, they say, losing hope, that's the real disaster. Last year, Tropical Storm Fred sent a devastating wall of water and debris down this river. And when the waters receded, Belfour was here. Not just to rebuild, but to help restore the life of this community. Belfour, restoring more than property. You know, they say, losing hope, that's the real disaster. Last year, Tropical Storm Fred sent a devastating wall of water and debris down this river. And when the waters receded, Belfour was here. Not just to rebuild, but to help restore the life of this community. Belfour, restoring more than property.
financial champion of Michiganders. Whether you're a goal-getter or dream chaser, an empty nester, or up-and-comer, anyone in Michigan can bank with us. Michigan Schools and Government Credit Union.
Make your move with a quick and easy mortgage from Genesis Credit Union. We have mortgages to fit your life. Genesis Credit Union. Visit us today.
First State Bank is a locally owned and operated business. We're part of your community. At fsbcares.com, you'll find ways that we're making a difference by featuring locally owned and operated businesses, providing access to helpful financial resources, and engaging with community. fsbcares.com is part of our commitment to the neighborhood because strong neighbors mean stronger communities. Where good neighbors do great things. Member FDIC, an equal housing lender.
We build roads, bridges, wind farms and pipelines, schools to skyscrapers. Our members create monuments. We operate. We're the operators and mechanics behind the advanced heavy machines that move Michigan forward. We maintain boilers and HVAC. Our members run the complex heating and cooling systems that we all depend on. Our training is second to none, and safety is our priority. We are Operating Engineers 324, and we keep Michigan running.
What are the odds that we're neighbors, we've known each other our whole lives, and both tear the exact same things in this exact same knee?
So an ACL tear is an injury to the main stabilizing structure of the knee.
You want a good team around you because then you know that what you're doing is going to help you in the long run.
My message to everyone who's helped me, thank you so much because you guys helped me progress so much.
Also hearing it from a friend that's went through the exact same thing, I think sort of helps that know that there's a bright side at the end.
First State Bank is a locally owned and operated business. We're part of your community. At fsbcares.com, you'll find ways that we're making a difference by featuring locally owned and operated businesses, providing access to helpful financial resources, and engaging with community. fsbcares.com is part of our commitment to the neighborhood because strong neighbors mean stronger communities. Where good neighbors do great things. Member FDIC, an equal housing lender.
You know, they say losing hope, that's the real disaster. Last year, Tropical Storm Fred sent a devastating wall of water and debris down this river. And when the waters receded, Belfour was here. Not just to rebuild, but to help restore the life of this community. Belfour, restoring more than property.
Andy Appleby. I'm the owner and CEO of the USPBL. We're a 4-team league. We play at Jimmy John's Field in Utica, Michigan. Tryon has a wealth of resources that we can tap into when unique HR issues arise, even including visa and immigration issues related to our players. Tryon has helped us to get our baseball season up and running every year and has made a difficult task much easier.
That's why we rely on Tryon.
You can always rely on Tryon.
I'm Anthony Tomey, CEO of Tomey Group, and we're one of the largest Jimmy John franchisees in the country. With 50 Jimmy Johns and over 700 employees, it's a challenge to manage operations. What could possibly go wrong with owning 50 Jimmy Johns? People don't show up, equipment fail, run out of bread, no tomatoes, we need onions. Many different things can happen. Tryon allows us to really focus on the food and the operations of the restaurant.
And that's why we rely on Tryon.
You can always rely on Tryon.
Fifth Third Extra Time helps you do you better. So kick back and relax. You have extra time to avoid overdraft fees. Fifth Third Extra Time. This is banking a Fifth Third better.
The Dave & Buster's method is designed to help you unlearn adulthood and recenter life around zapping stuff and cheering for stuff with your friends. Begin the method today with 5 free games. You know you want to.
With a transforming world, we can see how drastically the world is heading towards automation. And so, we need 24/7 surveillance and security systems for our homes and businesses to avoid any theft or breach of privacy. JARPCOM brings the installation of security cameras to the tip of your fingers with our state-of-the-art mobile app. JARPCOM also provides surveillance monitoring of your entire property with flexible options that offer a dependable solution to be scaled to fit any domestic or commercial need. Contact JARPCOM today for a free estimate at 800-369-0374 or look us up on the web at jarpcom.com.
Fifth Third Bank. Yeah, it's a quirky name. But here's the thing. 5/3 equals 166.7%. So we put 166.7% into everything we do. Like automatically getting you your paycheck up to 2 days early. Giving you well-deserved extra time to avoid overdraft fees. And helping you borrow from your future self. This is banking a Fifth Third better.
First State Bank is a locally owned and operated business. We're part of your community. At fsbcares.com, you'll find ways that we're making a difference by featuring locally owned and operated businesses, providing access to helpful financial resources, and engaging with community. fsbcares.com is part of our commitment to the neighborhood because strong neighbors mean stronger communities. Where good neighbors do great things. Member FDIC, an equal housing lender.
We're the financial champion of Michiganders. Whether you're a goal getter or dream chaser, an empty nester, or up-and-comer, anyone in Michigan can bank with us. Michigan Schools and Government Credit Union.
We're for people, the pioneers, the underdogs, the players, and the slow and steadies. We're for people, for who they are and who they could become. Yes, we're a bank, and some say our business is all about money, but that's an old idea. Because look past the money, and you'll see real human lives. We see it, because we're for people. Huntington, welcome.
Welcome Welcome back in, ladies and gentlemen. The 2024 USPBL All-Star Game here from Jimmy John's Field, featuring the East versus West squads. We'll get you all the names, the coaches, the umpires, every little detail for today's game. But first, we're going to take a moment to acknowledge the sponsors that make today's broadcast possible. It's a beautiful sky out today. Not a cloud out there. About 82 degrees, 85 degrees with the sun completely out. Heck of a day for baseball. Belfort Property Restoration. Budweiser. Corwell Health. Dave & Buster's. DTE Energy. Fifth Third Bank. Jarbcom Audio Video Solutions. Jimmy John's. Macomb Community College. McLaren Macomb. McQuaid Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Refrigeration. Metro Detroit Chevy Dealers. Pepsi. And United Wholesale Mortgage. National anthem in just a few minutes. Alongside Alex Johnson, I'm Tom Cavanaugh. We have Team Ben Wilcoxon. He is the home team. He will be leading off for his squad, facing off against Team Bo Atkins. Bo is going to be the starting pitcher for his respected squad as we're running down the lineups right now. Alex, let's take a quick moment, get into these lineups here for both sides, the starters on each side. But first, let's talk about our starting pitchers. For Team Ben, it's Ryan Carolden taking on, as we just mentioned, Bo Atkins. It's going to be a great matchup on the mound to start.
Yeah, take a look at our pitcher comparison as you see on your screen here tonight. Just looking at the stats so far. Ryan Carolden coming in with a 2.31 ERA with 35 innings pitched, 2-1 record, opposing batting average at .209, 33 strikeouts compared to 16 walks. He has been on the roll the last couple of outings, especially against the Mammoths on his previous two outings. And we look at Bo Atkins on the Mammoths, starting out here in the All-Star Game for Team Bo Atkins. 17 2/3 innings pitched, 24 strikeouts compared to 6 walks, 2.55 ERA, and a 2-0 record. As we'll take a look at all these teams here tonight, and it's going to be a good pitching matchup here to start. Everyone else is going to get their turn in throughout the course of the evening.
Couldn't ask for a better day for baseball. We just concluded the Home Run Derby. Congratulations to Christian Ortega. Temperature sitting about 80 degrees. Sunny skies, one singular cloud in the sky, and the humidity up 8% from yesterday. So it's even hotter out there. I'm feeling it for sure. And so is everybody else here on the diamond. Heck of a crowd on hand tonight as well. Yesterday for July 4th, we had an awesome crowd for Beavers versus Unicorns, and today even better as we're watching all the best in the USPBL this season, battling it out. We'll announce the starting lineups for Team Ben Wilcoxon and Team Bo Atkins in just a few minutes. But Alex, let's take a moment to kind of highlight just one or two guys on each squad in this starting lineup here that we think is going to be a difference maker in this Home Run Derby. We'll start with Team Ben Wilcoxon.
Yeah, take a look at Team Ben Wilcoxon here tonight. I took a lot of these guys here. It's going to be tough to see. It's just a tough decision on both sides, but I'm going to go with the man, Ben Wilcoxon, here tonight. The captain on this team. He's going to guide this team, try to get them into a victory here tonight. And take a look at that for Team Bo Atkins. I'm looking at a guy like Noah Marcoux, a guy who has been really consistent throughout the course of the season, but one of the top players in the league. I think he's going to get Team Bo Atkins in the right step to get the victory here tonight.
And Marcoux, not in the Home Run Derby, but he is batting third in the lineup here for Team Atkins. And I like him not being in the Derby as just for his swing. I mean, he's got some of the most home runs in the entire league with 4 on the season. But being a 3-hitter right there, he's going to drive in some runs, and I think he gets some fresh swings here in this game today. Also, folks, we're playing 7 innings of baseball, not a full traditional 9-inning game. We're starting a little bit behind the 8 ball at 7:35, and we're able to get 7 in today.
Yeah, it's going to be crucial here for both sides to get everyone in, everyone get a chance to play here tonight. And on this exhibition game, this All-Star game here tonight, it's going to be a lot of fun for all these players who have earned their spot here into this 2024 USPBL All-Star game. it's just going to be a good atmosphere for the fans coming out here tonight to see all the players on all 4 teams showcase what their skills here tonight.
We're going to announce Team Ben Wilcoxon. They just announced Team Bo Atkins on the first base side. We're going to go over the third base side, Team Wilcoxon. Head coach John Dombrowski. Coach Diesel is the head man. Jim Essien, head coach of the Utica Unicorns. Also on that side, on the side for Team Bo, it's head coach Taylor Jellikowski of the Mammoths and Ryan Kotke of the Hoppers. A lot of baseball knowledge on both sides as 2 head coaches per team. And Jim Essien, he was a former manager of the Chicago Cubs back in 1991.
Yeah, it was really good work by Jim Essien with his major league experience. Knows a lot about the game. Has done a lot his time in the USPBL and working on the Unicorns throughout his tenure and winning the championship last season. As we're here at the halfway point, he's right in the thick of things with this team in 3rd place right now in the USPBL standings. And as we take a look at all the reserve players on Team Ben right now, and it's just going to be a really good night for baseball, and it's a great accomplishment for all these players, and they'll remember it for the rest of their lives, getting to this point here in this professional league and being participant here tonight.
We're going to see a ton of pitchers today as well, because each side has a ton of arms that they need to get to. There are a few pitchers that will not be throwing today for each side because they pitched yesterday in a game. Guys like Jace Bauman, Dyson Johnson, Jonathan LaGuire Cruz, and Andrew Severini are some guys that might not go. But today we're going to see probably a new pitcher every inning for both sides, Alex.
Yeah, that's traditional for the All-Star game. Get everyone at least an inning to showcase what they got here to the table. And only being 7 innings, it's going to put a lot of toll, especially on the pitchers if they're going to make late changes in the middle of the inning. So that's going to be something that we're going to see on both sides here tonight. Is look at the reserves. There's 4 for Team Bo and 3 for Team Ben. So we might see some defensive changes throughout the course of the evening as well. Not a whole lot like we've seen in the major leagues in the All-Star game, but we'll have some guys moving around here and there throughout the course of the game. We'll let you know about that, so everyone gets a chance to have their spotlight here in the All-Star game tonight, Tom, and I'm looking forward to it.
I'm looking forward to it as well. It's going to be a great matchup between all the best talent as they announce the defensive lineups and bring out Team Ben Wilcoxon, starting with Ben, who's out there in the grass cutout at second. I just love that each of these guys that normally play on their teams together, they can kind of share the field as adversaries for once, because you have guys like Ethan Kreisen catching for Team Bo, while Patrick Baggett and Jared Weber of his same team are starters on the Wilcoxon side. So it's very cool that everybody is represented on each side, and a lot of, I guess, matchups that you would normally never see because they're on the same squad, they're going to happen today.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting to see how guys are. They're on the same team throughout the course of the season. Out here tonight, they're playing on different teams, facing against each other. It's just going to be a little bit different for them at first, but once they get used to it, they'll be all right. And it's just something that's going to be really cool to see. Something you don't really see throughout the course of the season, but it's just something going to be cool to watch, especially for the fans here who've been watching here all season long.
Ryan Carolden making the start as he jogs out onto the mound right now for Team Ben Wilcoxon. He's got a 2-1 record, 2.31 ERA, and has struck out 33 batters with 16 walks. We will take a quick break for the national anthem, and when we come back, the East versus West, Team Bo versus Team Ben, 2024 USPBL All-Star Game.
The USPBL powered by UWM baseball games at Jimmy John's Field are the fun and family-friendly experience you won't want to miss. Entertainment every week, including Thirsty Thursdays, fireworks every Friday, live music Saturdays, and Sunday fun days for the kids. Kids run the bases after every game, and parking is always free. Come see the stars of the future at Jimmy John's Field. Get your tickets today at USPBL.com.
I'm Anthony Tomey, CEO of Tomey Group, and we're one of the largest Jimmy John franchisees in the country. With 50 Jimmy Johns and over 700 employees, it's a challenge to manage operations. What could possibly go wrong with owning 50 Jimmy Johns? People don't show up, equipment fail, run out of bread, no tomatoes, we need onions. Many different things can happen. Tryon allows us to really focus on the food and the operations of the restaurant.
And that's why we rely on Tryon.
You can always rely on Tryon.
We're for people, the pioneers, the underdogs, the players, and the slow and steadies. We're for people, for who they are and who they could become. Yes, we're a bank, and some say our business is all about money, but that's an old idea. Because look past the money, and you'll see real human lives. We see it, because we're for people. Huntington, welcome.
Time doesn't heal all wounds. Hard work, perseverance.
And we do.
We're fighting cancer with proton therapy.
And music therapy.
We're turning back the clock on Parkinson's and outsmarting blood clots in seconds.
Instead of days.
Because this is her time. His time, your time. And it's time to show we can. Corewell Health.
The perfect match. It's what so many of us are looking for. When it comes to getting a mortgage, how can you find the one that's perfect for you? Start at mortgagematchup.com. Because the only way to get a mortgage that's easier and more affordable is to find a local home loan expert first. Go to mortgagematchup.com today.
In 3, 2, 1, and go into
Let's hear it for our anthem and God Bless America singers. Great job, ladies. All right, gentlemen, let's do a show.
Why don't I hear that?
We good?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Beautiful rendition of God Bless America and the national anthem, and we are set for All-Star Baseball. Alongside Alex Johnson, I'm Tom Cavanaugh from the 2024 USPBL All-Star Game featuring the East and West squad. We'll get into the lineups right now as Ryan Carolden toes the slab from the Eastside Diamond Hoppers representing Team Ben Wilcoxon. First up for the Team Bo Atkins away squad, the West. It's going to be Nick Pastor leading things off in center field, Francis Florentino batting second and right, Noah Marcoux at first batting third, Matt Garrick, who lost in the final round of the Home Run Derby earlier today, he will bat cleanup at the DH spot. Colby Seltzer plays second, bats fifth, Todd Maddox at third base batting sixth. The catcher for Team Atkins is Ethan Kreisen batting seventh, shortstop Grant Stevenson batting eighth, and rounding out the lineup is Jose Cedeno in left field. Alex, we got great baseball on hand today. The best of the best in the entire league going after it today.
Yeah, it's going to be really a phenomenal work here today as we take a look at the defense here for Team Ben Wilcoxon. As we take a look out in the outfield, it's going to be Blake Bean out in left, Zeb Ruse in center, Ray Hilbert over out in right. And we take a look at the infield, Patrick Baggett over at third, Ben Wilcoxon at short, Matt Piotrowski over at second, Jared Weber at first. And behind the dish for Ryan Carolden is his teammate Whit Hughes.
The Hopper pitcher-catcher battery today. Our home plate umpire is Tim Heigl. In the field, Sal Giacco. If you're not too familiar with Jimmy John's Field, we'll break down the dimensions for you at this moment. In left field, it's 315 feet to the corner. Straightaway center field is 395 feet. And to right, it's 320 all the way in the corner. We'll take a look now at Ryan Carolden's numbers as he is sporting the home Hopper jersey. 2.31 ERA, a 2-1 record, 35 total innings pitched for the kid, and 33 strikeouts. So averaging about a strikeout an inning and doubling up his walk total with just 16.
Yeah, he's been doing really good work. He's improved a lot throughout the course of the season. When I mentioned his last few starts, he's been doing really well as of late. And he's just been able to really keep this team in the right direction for Coach Ryan Cockey and the Hoppers. And right up there with Pierce Banks, it's the top two pitchers on that team. And Carolden's going to get the starting nod here in the All-Star game. Well deserved for him. He was a pitcher of the week just a couple of weeks ago. This is his second year in the league, and we're all set and ready to go here tonight, Tom. And it's going to be a good one here tonight, and glad to have everyone here with us here tonight. Packed house here at Jimmy John's Field this Friday night. It's going to be a great night here for baseball as we are right at the halfway point of the season, between the first half and the second half, and hard to believe, we're right at the midway point.
Right? It's crazy. I did not think we were speeding through halfway through the season. Carolden, 7 innings, 9 strikeouts his last time out in a start for these Hoppers. And the first pitch at 7:44 p.m. to Nick Pastor, who's wearing the GoPro on his helmet.
You just need to slightly level out and then find your focus on the batter.
1-0 pitch fouled back to Pastor.
I hear you guys. I hear
a guy with a 279 average on the year, 15 runs scored on the season with 11 RBIs and 17 total hits. Pastor with just 1 home run and 1 double. But the leadoff man pretty much all year long for this Westside Woolly Mammoths team, and a guy that never comes out of the lineup. He is an everyday player for head coach Taylor Jellikowski and those Mammoths.
Yeah, he's been a reliable player, hitting 279 here at the halfway point of the season, with 11 RBIs and has 1 home run to his name. The man out of New York, and it's just going to be crucial for him here tonight, to start the game off strong, and especially for all these players have an opportunity here tonight.
Pastor holds that bat in close near the left ear. The 2-1 pitch from Carolden is way outside.
There you go. That was great.
Just excited for all these guys to showcase their talents in front of one of the biggest crowds of the season so far. Carolden works first base side of the rubber through the windup. The 3-1 pitch is outside. It's a leadoff walk for Team Bo Atkins.
Yeah, good to just the layoff pitches, there by Nick Pastor. He did his job. Those pitches were off the plate by Carolden, and it's just a different feel, for the pitchers, especially in this All-Star game. You just want to be able to showcase your stuff, but you want to be able to have a balance, with the offense to have some power too, and it's just a balancing act, for both sides, and we've seen that a lot, especially with starting pitchers in the All-Star game playing, and they just don't want to get, in this kind of situation like this, to get hammered around or in this All-Star game. So we'll see how Carolden handles, this lineup with Florentino stepping up to the plate.
Pastor over at first base has stolen 6 bases this year, but has been caught 4 times. 6 of 10 on the year as Florentino steps in and takes a first pitch strike. Middle of the zone, Florentino with only 3 home runs in the home run derby earlier today. There goes Pastor. Breaking ball's popped up over the press box here. 0-2 quickly to Francis.
He's going to try to save that power for the All-Star game here tonight. I mentioned, not the outing he wanted to have in the home run derby, leading the league with 5 at the halfway point. But it just takes him an opportunity to just get back into his usual stance and try to take the home run title for the season overall. That's what his mindset is.
Florentino, one of 2 players on this Mammoth team hitting above 300. Carolden spikes a fastball outside. 19 total hits, 4 doubles, 5 homers with 20 RBIs for Florentino. He is the man for this Mammoth team, along with Jose Cedeno, who has been on a tear lately, but 20 RBIs leads the league for Florentino. Quick pick to first base, back towards Pastor. He's in safe but dirty. A lot of moving parts today, as there's going to be a lot of substitutions in the field as well.
Yes, we will, and we'll see how Pastores is on the base paths. See if there's some more aggressiveness here.
Ground ball to shortstop. Here's Wilcoxon. Toss on to Piotrowski. 6-4-3 double play to start the ball game. That middle infield for the Beavers has turned the most double plays all year long between all four teams, and they do it again right there.
And it all starts with Ben Wilcoxon, the veteran in the infield, has made some incredible plays throughout the course of the season and last year. He really guides this infield really well, and hand it over to Matt Piotrowski, who's also been on a tear for the Beavers as of late. Good teamwork right there to get Florentino to ground out into a 6-4-3 double play.
Make note that there are 4 Beavers making the start here for Team Bun Wilcoxon. Ben is at shortstop, Piotrowski at second, Hilbrick out in right field, and Blake Bean out in left. Blake Bean was your player of the game yesterday in a big win, 5-1 over the Unicorns. First pitch to Noah Marcoux is inside.
Yeah, I had a chance to talk with Blake Bean, before the game, before the home run derby and everything here today, and he's just really happy to be here and able to be an all-star just right away. He came in just only a couple weeks ago and has just put on a show here for the Beavers and got them back on track. I mentioned the player of the game yesterday and that win against the Unicorns, and that was just a huge win for the Beavers overall. Just to end the first half on the high note, after a little bit of a slow, rocky start for them, good to have a win under their belt heading into the All-Star break.
3-0 pitch to Marcoux is outside. So a 2-out walk. Second walk of the inning for Carolden. That'll bring up Matt Garrick, the runner-up in the 2024 Home Run Derby.
Yeah, he did a really good job in that home run derby, especially in that second and third round. He got hot late and earned himself into that championship, into the championship round. And even though he fell just a little bit short, but he had a really good outing, for the fans coming in here today. And
Garrick lines one into center field. Coming in is teammate Roos. He's going to have to field it on one hop. Zeb Roos out in center field usually sees those swings from Garrick from a completely different angle. This time he's got to field it. 2 on, 2 out for Team Atkins.
That was just really good work as Carolden just threw that one right near the heart of the plate. And Matt Garrick has got a lot off of it on that 91-mile-per-hour fastball right into center field, dropping in front of Roos. 2 men on and 2 outs for Team Bo Atkins as Kobe Seltzer steps to the dish.
Carolden checks the runner down at second base. Now kicks and fires home. The first pitch to Seltzer is a fastball in the upper outer corner for strike 1.
Good work by Seltzer so far this season, as he is hitting .268 at a grand slam in the non-public game against the Beavers a few days ago. Has driven in 10 on the season for the man in his second year in the league.
Yanks the second pitch fouled on the third baseline, 0-2.
The man out of Tarleton State, Division I school in the Western Athletic Conference, also spent time at Hardin-Simmons University.
He's a Texas man through and through. Seltzer tapping that front foot. Carolden looking for a big third out. Check swing. Seltzer, will they offer? No, they won't. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Yeah, good eye just to lay off that pitch.
Seltzer will play second base today, traditionally the shortstop for that Mammoth team. But there's going to be a few different changes here. Patrick Baggett, he's over at third base, usually plays shortstop, second base for the Unicorns. Tap foul keeps the at-bat alive for Seltzer, 1-2 still.
Yeah, good job, just get a piece of that. He's going to try to get something on the ground. Maybe find a hole right in between the hot corner, third and short.
Yeah, Baggett over at third base, hugging the line. Wilcoxon shaded up the middle at Tad. Same with Piotrowski. 1 ball, 2 strikes, no score here from the East-West All-Star Game in 2024. Fastball rides high and in, leveling the count at 2 apiece. Only 7 innings of baseball today as well, as we mentioned in the pregame show. We also have fireworks after today's ball game. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. In the dirt, we're going to push to full. Nice at-bat from Colby Seltzer. He was down 0-2 and has worked all the way back.
Yeah, just a really smart approach by Seltzer. He's been really disciplined throughout the course of the season. That's why his average has gone up to 268. Based on these kind of situations where you got to have, not going down, not laying off a pitcher as you see the runners on the move.
The 3-2 is low and outside, ball 4. So 2 hoppers on the base paths, a hopper on the mound, has now walked his 3rd in this inning. Todd Maddox to the dish, and it's just littered with hoppers right now all over the field. Seltzer over at first is the lone mammoth. Garrick at second base. He's a hopper. Marcoux at third. He's a hopper. The catcher Hughes a hopper. Same with Maddox at the dish and Carolden on the mound. That's why they're one of the best teams, right?
Yeah, they're taking it over. One of the key offensive teams.
Line drive, caught at third base by Patrick Baggett. Superman lay out in the hole, and he saves a couple of runs. My goodness, that's why he is one of the best infielders in this entire USPBL. One more time, let's take a look.
This is right at him. Great work by Baggett.
Maddox lines out for out number 3, and Atkins strands 3. We go to the bottom of the 1st.
We're for people, the pioneers, the underdogs, the players, and the slow and steadies. We're for people, for who they are and who they could become. Yes, we're a bank, and some say our business is all about money, but that's an old idea. Because look past the money, and you'll see real human lives. We see it, because we're for people. Huntington, welcome.
Time doesn't heal all wounds. Hard work, perseverance.
And we do.
We're fighting cancer with proton therapy.
And music therapy.
We're turning back the clock on Parkinson's and outsmarting blood clots in seconds.
Instead of days.
Because this is her time. His time, your time. And it's time to show we can. Corewell Health.
The perfect match. It's what so many of us are looking for. When it comes to getting a mortgage, how can you find the one that's perfect for you? Start at mortgagematchup.com. Because the only way to get a mortgage that's easier and more affordable is to find a local home loan expert first. Go to mortgagematchup.com today.
The first inning, we are going to welcome in now Team Ben Wilcoxon on the offensive side. Shortstop Ben Wilcoxon will lead things off. Matt Piotrowski plays second, bats second. Ben Ferguson batting third in the DH spot. Jared Weber at first base batting fourth. Ray Hilbrick in the 5 spot in right field batting sixth, who just made a nifty play at third. Patrick Baggett. Blake Bean in left field batting 7th. Whit Hughes, the catcher, batting 8th. And Zeb Roos in center field batting 9th. Take a look now at Bo Atkins making the start for his team, the captain of this West squad. Atkins coming in with a 2.55 ERA, a 2-0 record. Only 17 2/3 innings on the mound, but boy, is that good. 24 strikeouts and 6 walks. He fills up the zone.
Yeah, he's just been dealing throughout the course of the season. A 6'2", 190 righty from Riverton, Illinois. Spent his time over at Central Methodist University. And it's just been phenomenal stuff. He's going to try to get his team in position to win the game here tonight.
Take a look now at the three-dimensional services group defensive lineup for Team Bo Atkins. Behind the dish, Ethan Kreisen of the Unicorns, Todd Maddox of the Hoppers at third, Grant Stevenson of the Eastside Hoppers at shortstop, Colby Seltzer of the Mammoths at second, Noah Marcoux from the Hops, he's at first, Jose Cedeno from Westside in left, Pastor from Westside as well in center, and Florentino completing that Westside Woolly Mammoth outfield is out and right. Wilcoxon will start things off. Turn a double play in the top half of this inning, and back in the leadoff spot. Yesterday, he was the cleanup man in a 5-1 victory over the Unicorns, as ball 1 is outside to Ben. But I like him in that 4, 5, 6 spot in a traditional game because he puts the ball in play, and usually those middle of the lineup guys have runners on to drive in.
Yeah, he's been really the key cornerstone piece that really gets the offense going for the Beavers, even though he only has 4 RBIs on the season. Now, don't let that fool you. He has done a lot throughout the course of his tenure in the USPBL, and been one of the bright spots for this Beavers team. Getting the win last night was just really crucial for them, and guys like Ben Wilcox, leading the way has just been vital, to get this team back on track. And there's still a lot of season left to play, and we'll see what they can do here. It starts off with their leader, Ben Wilcoxon, ahead in the count 3-0.
The captain's battling right now between Atkins and Wilcoxon. Here's a foul ball out of play. There's also a really cool story for these guys, the pitcher and the hitter at the moment. Ben Wilcoxon and Bo Atkins, 2 guys that are captains on the field but family off the field because they've been roommates together competing in this league for the last 2 seasons. Swing and a miss. Wilcoxon moves to a full count.
Yeah, just really special to see for both of those guys. There's a time call by Ben Wilcoxon.
Yeah, through the USPBL's host family program, they've been living together for the past 2 years, and they're just so excited to be able to lead their respective teams for each other, especially with the in-house rivalry taking place right now. Ball 4 is outside on the 3-2, and it's a leadoff walk for Wilcoxon and his squad.
Good job. Not going after that pitch. It was way out of the zone at 94. It's just a bit of nerves, especially for these pitchers. You just want to be able to be very careful of what you throw, especially for these guys coming up the plate that want to provide a spark offensively. And we've seen that a lot in the last few years. If you watch the MLB All-Star Game, and it's just more of a balance of having guys, strong pitching and some good hitting as well.
Piotrowski, the GoPro man here for Team East. Team Ben Wilcoxon, he's got a strong lead at first. Piotrowski, off the end of the bat, flicks it out to right center field. Coming in hard is Florentino. He will not get there. It drops as he runs past the baseball. Into second safely goes Wilcoxon. It's 2 on with nobody out as Piotrowski drops one in front of the woolly mammoth right fielder.
Yeah, it just kind of Florentino just lost the sight of it and just kind of misplayed where he thought it was going to be and couldn't track it really well, and it results in a bloop single for Piotrowski with 2 runners on and nobody out. Brings up Ben Ferguson now.
Piotrowski, the best hitter on that Beaver team. 19 total hits, 10 RBIs, 2 homers, 3 doubles as well. He was the reigning player of the week in the USPBL a week ago. As ball 1 is outside to Ben Ferguson. Competed in the home run derby, hit 6 homers in round 1. He did not make it to the second round, but 6 was a good showing still.
Yeah, he got really hot after he called that timeout, that second half of that first round for him, and it felt pretty good for him to end the home run derby strong, even though he didn't advance in the next round. But he knows his job is not done, as he gets a chance here now in the 3rd spot here in the All-Star Game here tonight.
Bo Atkins of the Westside Woolly Mammoths trying to work out of a 2 on, nobody out jam. 2 balls and 1 strike. The count will move now. 3 hoppers on the infield. Stevenson at shortstop, Maddox at third, and Marcoux at first. Swing and a miss. Ferguson moves it to 2-2. Wilcoxon down at second base was growing a secondary lead. Pretty wide, I'd say. Ethan Kreisen behind the dish with a nice arm.
It's a good off speed with the slider at 81. That's a good movement by Atkins.
Another full count. Time is called at the dish by Ferguson. He's going to take an extra second. The wind right now blowing out fairly heavily to left center field, moving from the first base line out towards the scoreboard. Atkins gave up a walk and a base hit. Nobody out right now. Swing and a miss. Ferguson goes down on strikes.
Got him with the off speed right at the heart of the plate at 79. That's a really good movement by Bo Atkins to strike out a really dangerous hitter at Ben Ferguson for the first out of this half inning. brings up the cleanup man, Jared Weber. The bright spot for the Unicorns this season.
Yeah, he really has been, man. 20 hits to lead the team. 18 RBIs. He had a ground rule double yesterday for the only run that the Unicorns posted. Swings and misses at the first pitch.
And in 278 right now, that's second on the team. No, the offense has improved for the Unicorns. No, they were around sub 200 throughout the first half of the season, but it's jumped up to 215. And that's something I really like, from the Unicorns and from Coach Jim Estienne and Pat Adams. And working on that offense. So they're right in there, about a half game or a game behind on the Mammoths and the Hoppers for first place. So they're right in the thick of things.
Line drive, one hopper to Stevenson at shortstop. It's in and out of his glove. He keeps it on the infield. Weber's going to have himself an infield hit, and the bases are loaded for now Team Ben Wilcoxon.
Yeah, it just popped out of his glove on the backhand by Stevenson. As you take a look at the replay, just one chop right over to him, in and out of his glove. If he was just trying to make the play, he realized it was too late to throw it, so he just held on to the baseball.
Hopper shortstop saves a run there without it letting it go into the outfield. Here's Ray Hilbrick. Takes strike one.
The defending batting champion from a season ago, hitting 271 right now on the season. Now has not had a home run yet after having a really good year for the Beavers a season ago.
Both teams loaded the bases in this first inning. There's just one gone right now as Hilbrick pulls one fouled on the first baseline. Ray, 4 doubles, 4 RBIs on the season. As we mentioned, 19 total hits.
Division II product out of Purdue Northwest in the GLIAC. Really strong conference down there.
Atkins delivers. That one's down and away at the feet. 2-2 to Ray. 2 Beavers and a Unicorn on the base paths right now. Wilcoxon at third, Piotrowski's at second, Weber at first. Through the windup, Atkins the 2-2. High chopper to first base. In between hop off of Garrick, or Marcoux, excuse me. He touches the bag for out number 2, and the run scores 1-0 East. All-Star squad on top.
Yeah, Marcoux just kind of popped out of his glove. He wanted to turn 2 there, trying to get the out at home, but he couldn't. So he just got the for sure out at first, even though he did let up a run. No, it's better than going empty-handed. He still got runners on second and third and 2 outs. As you got the man who saved the inning for team Ben Wilcoxon, Patrick Baggett.
Baggett with that diving play at third, as Alex just mentioned. He's going to line one into the hole between short and third. Stevenson tries to throw it onto third base, and it's in the dirt. All the way to the backstop. Coming in to score is Weber. Him and Piotrowski are both cashed in on the opposite field swing from Patrick Baggett. 3-0 East All-Stars.
I think Steven was trying to throw it over to Maddox at third to try to get the tag on him there, but just couldn't. He just missed through it, and it went behind him. As we take a look at the replay here, Tom, Stevenson takes a second, takes one bounce over there. I think the throw was just off target to Maddox, and Weber probably would have been safe anyways because of how he got there. He scores, and now it's another run for Team Ben.
A pair of runs scoring there in both Piotrowski and Weber. 3-0 East All-Stars with Blake Bean at the dish. 3 hits yesterday. Threw a man out at second base from the wall in left field. It was Cam Farrar who was cut down on the big arm from Bean. Swing and a miss. Bounces away from Kreisen. The pitch did. And Baggett will chug on down to third. They're going to give Patrick Baggett a base hit, and the error on Grant Stevenson at shortstop throwing it on to third is what allowed Baggett to go to second and allow Weber to score as well. The 2-0 outside.
And it's Blake Bean right now at the dish. A guy that's from the local area, grew up in Farmington Hills, spent time at Kalamazoo College.
2-1 pitch to Bean on the ground, base hit into right field. Scoring is Baggett, and Blake Bean continues to smash the baseball. He's 8 for his first 16 with the Beavers. That's good for 500 on an average, and he's 1 for 1 here in the All-Star game, extending the lead 4-0 East All-Stars.
Just really great work by Blake Bean. Just phenomenal what he's seen so far here, Tom, from him, and found a hole on the first base side right over to Francis Florentino. And this team has been really working here right now, having a 4-0 lead here in the first.
Whit Hughes getting his first at-bat with the American flag bat. Gotta love that. Hughes was not able to play yesterday as it was the Beavers and the Unicorns going at it. The Hoppers had the day off, but still utilizing it on the July 4th weekend.
Yeah, the 4th of July weekend, and able to represent, the holiday, always, a pastime, 4th of July in baseball, and it was just really good, good tradition to have here at the USPBL to have the game on July 4th or near it, to have all the fans out here, and I'll have the fireworks out as well last night, and it was just a good turnout, for you on the call, and we'll see what Whit Hughes can do here to keep this inning going for Team Ben Wilcoxon.
Good lead at first for Bean. The 1-2 pitch to Hughes is lined and caught by his teammate Maddox over at third base. 4 runs are scored by the East All-Stars. Ray Hilbrick brings a run on a ground ball. Base hit from Baggett and a base hit from Bean. This is your home for USPBL baseball. We'll be right back for the second inning of action.
With a transforming world, we can see how drastically the world is heading towards automation. And so, we need 24/7 surveillance and security systems for our homes and businesses to avoid any theft or breach of privacy. JARBCOM brings the installation of security cameras to the tip of your fingers with our state-of-the-art mobile app. JARBCOM also provides surveillance monitoring of your entire property with flexible options that offer a dependable solution to be scaled to fit any domestic or commercial need. Contact JARBCOM today for a free estimate at 800-369-0374 or look us up on the web at jarbcom.com.
Fans out today celebrating the July 4th weekend and also celebrating the best players in independent baseball in the United Shores Professional Baseball League. Alongside Alex Johnson, I'm Tom Cavanaugh for the 2024 All-Star Game festivities. We had the Home Run Derby earlier today. Christian Ortega took home that trophy, and it's a 4-0 lead early on for Team Ben Wilcoxon. The East All-Stars with the West squad coming back up to the plate, but now we have a new pitcher, Alex, from the Utica Unicorns, number 22, Ben Kreisen.
Yeah, good work by Ben Kreisen so far. 23 2/3 innings pitch. Has 24 strikeouts, 11 walks. So it's a really good strikeout to walk ratio. ERA under 4 at 3.8. Does have an 0-3 record, but don't let that phase you right now. But he's been a really strong pitcher out of that strong bullpen for the Utica Unicorns. We talked about in the pregame, their pitching staff has been strong, and he's been one of the reasons why the Unicorns are right in the thick of things, and that's in the standings right now. But that 12-9 record at the halfway point of the season. And what Kreisen is going to throw at you here tonight, he throws his four-seam about half the time, but also throwing a slider and rarely a curveball. He doesn't use that a lot, but keep on the lookout for him here tonight. If he's going to be able to do that, in this exhibition game, you can play a little bit loose in this, but you want to be able to have a good record on you heading into your next game next week.
You bring up a good point with Kreisen helping out that Unicorns best, or the best in the USPBL pitching staff, because that Unicorn team coming in with a 3.45 ERA, that's a big reason why they're so darn good and they have 12 wins, is they don't score a ton of runs, but they have the pitching to make up for it and keep their opponents to a low run total.
Yeah, that's just really crucial to have, and they'll have your defense stand up behind you, and when your offense is not having a good day, but it's been improving throughout the course of the season for Utica, and it's just really good to see, and hopefully they can keep that up as they try to defend their title from a season ago.
And Alex, we got a brother matchup right here. Ben Kreisen on the mound with Ethan Kreisen at the dish. Swing and a miss on the first pitch. Ben on the mound, just a tad bit older than Ethan. Ethan just finished up his final year of collegiate baseball. Ben has been done for a year. Kreisen coming into the contest with 2 RBIs, a .227 average. He was a late addition, joining after his final year at Murray State.
Usually he's behind the dish. He's pitching to him, but
yeah, usually he does the catching for his brother, which is very, I mean, happens probably 3 or 4 times so far this year. That pitch is in the dirt.
And like I was trying to say, he's behind the plate, making the signs for his brother Ben.
And that's what we talked about in the pregame show, too. There's a ton of different, I guess, matchups that we're not used to seeing because both Kreisens are on the same team. Here's the 1-1, foul tip. Caught a piece of the arm guard of either Kreisen or Hughes. 1-2 the score now, or 1-2 the count now in a 4-0 game for the East All-Stars. Fans enjoying a little bit of the walking taco, the nachos. More of a finger food guy with those, but I guess the fork works as well.
Tacos, or people sometimes either go for like a bowl or something. Those burrito bowls, those always sound good to me.
Oh yeah, that's my go-to at Chipotle or Qdoba. No free ads out here, but those are my 2 spots where I go get a burrito bowl.
Are you a bowl or burrito guy? Or?
Definitely a bowl guy. Got to keep those carbs down.
Yeah, I like the burritos, but I know at some points I got to get the bowl. Low carbs will be healthiest.
Wow, the 2-2 pitch, and Kreisen hits him with the sword. I love that. 2 brothers right there battling it out. That was a breaking pitch low and inside, and Kreisen pulled out the Trevor Bauer sword right there. Yeah, out number 1.
The big brother beats the little brother right there, and that's really good work by Kreisen with that nasty pitch to strike his brother out.
That was an awesome first out of this second inning. 4-0 East All-Stars on top of the West as Grant Stevenson fouls the first pitch back. And you know, at the dinner table later on, that's going to be, talked about between the two.
Yeah, that'll be talked about throughout the course of the weekend or at Sunday dinner.
And Thanksgiving, too. Be like, hey, remember when I struck you out in Pro Ball? There's a pitch a little bit high, 1-1 to Stevenson. His brother is also in the league, Luke Stevenson. Stevenson, a catcher, or sorry, Grant on the field right now. He is a middle infielder, a shortstop out of Xavier. Breaking ball a little bit high, 2-1 from Kreisen.
And Grant Stevenson has some good numbers, in limited action, hitting 300 right now with 3 hits on the season. Does have a long ball to his name.
First base side of the rubber out of the stretch is Kreisen. He sets at the chin and leaves that pitch low a little bit. 3-1 to the 8-batter Stevenson. Team Bo Atkins, the west side at the plate right now, they loaded the bases up last inning. But the play by Patrick Baggett has really been the difference right now, and the reason why it's a 4-0 game. Swing and a miss, full count. The count it goes now.
Yeah, that's just a momentum booster that was for Bo Atkins' team. Is that play, actually for Ben Wilcox's team rather, is Patrick Baggett made that line out catch right at him. If he lets that one go by, that would have been 2 runs. So you never know what was going to happen next.
3-2, a little bit low and outside, off the plate, not by much. It's a 1-out walk to Grant Stevenson. That'll bring up Jose Cedeno.
And Cedeno, like we mentioned in the pregame, he has improved a lot throughout the course of the season. As we take a look at his stat line, he leads the team in the average with 321. So a team that's hitting 250 overall. Does have a home run and 7 RBIs for the man out of Venezuela. And we've talked about him, at the beginning.
Cedeno, skies went out to right field. Not deep enough. Hilbrick comes over towards the line, makes the catch. 2 outs. Stevenson will have to retreat back to first base. Go ahead.
Yeah, like I was saying, he was been really good, as of late, and he had a lot on that pitch. It just didn't really carry out as much as we thought originally, because he had a good hack of the bat right there. And it's just good to see, we've mentioned him, how big he was going to be, how important he was going to be for this Mammoths team. And he has picked it up as of late, Tom, based on the numbers I just gave you. Leading the team with average, hitting over 300.
Throw down to second base from Hughes is not in time. Whit Hughes jogging off the field, thought he got the runner, Grant Stevenson. It's a stolen bag for Grant and a runner in scoring position for the west side.
Yeah, that's good work by Stevenson. He had a good jump as we take a look at the replay. play here. It was a good throw by Hughes over to Wilcoxon. Looking at the tag, that was really close.
Yeah, Ben sold it really well at second base, just swiping it and trying to turn away and jog off the field. That's another little piece of baseball that you don't quite pick up originally, but if you can see it and if you played it before too, you don't want to hold that tag on there and stare at the umpire and see what call he's going to make. You want to make the decision for him, as this is a pulled ball fouled on the first base line from Nick Pastor.
Yeah, you just want to be able to sell it, and if you think you got him and you're starting to celebrate, I know the infield umpire has the final word, but
sometimes it can influence the call, though. You're right.
Yeah, but you want to be able to sell it too, just like a catcher's, when he's trying to sell a strike, even though it's a ball.
Breaking ball set in on the lower inside corner for strike 2 on Pastor. 2 balls and 2 strikes with 2 outs and a runner at second base, trailing by 4. No GoPro this time for Pastor. He wags the bat softly. 2-2 in the dirt. Hughes lets that get away from him, and Stevenson will now move on to third base. So Kreisen's left a few in the dirt here. That last pitch that he threw for a strike was a really nice pitch on the inside corner to Pastor. And now Nick has a RBI opportunity with a runner 90 feet away. Kreisen folds the glove, grips the ball in his hand as he hangs it down. Now comes set. Full count pitch. Line drive out to center field. Going back is Ben Wilcoxon. He'll make the catch, ranging into center field. Zeb Roos with a late start to the baseball. Wilcoxon picks it up for his team. The captain comes up big.
That's just really huge. Once again, a key defensive play to end the inning. Looking at Wilcoxon just making that incredible catch.
4-0 East Side.
Check your checking. If your account doesn't get you pumped, amped, or geeked, make the switch to Genius Checking from Genesis Credit Union. It's just genius.
We're the financial champion of Michiganders. Whether you're a goal getter or dream chaser, an empty nester or up-and-comer, anyone in Michigan can bank with us. Michigan Schools and Government Credit Union.
When it's time for baseball, it's time for beer. Two Hearted Ale has been named the #1 beer in America for the past 4 years by members of the American Home Brewers Association. Play ball with the best. Two Hearted Ale, the iconic American IPA from Bell's Brewery, Comstock, Michigan. Please drink responsibly. New man on the mound for the East All-Stars of Team Ben Wilcoxon. It's going to be, of Team Bo Atkins. It's Zach Zeborowski taking over for Bo Atkins.
Yeah, take a look at Zach Zeborowski's number, the man out of Indiana Tech. Let's take a look at his stat line here so far. Has made 5 starts on the season and 20 2/3 innings pitched, 21 strikeouts compared to 15 walks, 4.35 ERA, and a 250 opposing batting average. He's had some good starts as of late. We've mentioned just a couple of runs in his last few outings against the Diamond Hoppers. And he's been a really good piece for Coach Taylor Olkowski and his squad. Another man out of the NAI and the WAC. As he just looks to face the 9-1 and 2 hitters, Roos, Wilcoxon, and Piotrowski here in the bottom of the 2nd inning on this gorgeous night for baseball here, Tom. And it was raining a little bit earlier here today, but it's just clear skies right now.
Yeah, it's been perfect. I was a little bit worried to start the day as there was drizzles of rain starting as Roos lines one to second base, caught by Seltzer, 1 up, 1 down on 1 pitch. And it just looked like it was going to be another overcast day like yesterday, July 4th yesterday. It was still a great day. I mean, we had awesome weather. Humidity was a little bit high as well, which kept the heat up. But it's a completely different day today, as we have, as you said, clear skies, sun is shining, and it's a little cooler today from yesterday as well, which is nice.
Yeah, it's just really good. You know, get the fans to come out here and not have like a cloudy day. I want to be able to have to set the mood, and it just really was a good turnout, for all these fans to come out here tonight and watch the best of the best here in the USPBL for this 2024 season.
Zaborowski delivers a pitch inside for strike 2 as Will Coxon fouls that away. Ben walked last inning, scored on the ground ball from his teammate Ray Hilbrick. 3 of the first 5 hitters on this East All-Star squad are from Birmingham Bloomfield. The 0-2, swing and a miss. Zaborowski makes quick work of Will Coxon for out number 2 here in the second.
And Jason on the top part of the zone inside, and Will Coxon took a rip at it and missed. And that's just really good work by Zach Zaborowski to come in here, get some quick work here on these first 2 guys out. And now facing Matt Piotrowski for the Beavers. The man that leads the average, for the Beavers right now at 352, has been a really bright spot for the man out of Lancaster, California, making the trip all the way to Utica, Michigan, and make himself known. Just incredible work by him, really turning this Beavers team around.
He was a big addition as Piotrowski muscles one out to left center field for a base hit. He caught that on the inside part of the bat, possibly a broken bat, but Piotrowski is now 2 for 2 as he blooped one into right field last time.
Yeah, I like that good vision there by Piotrowski. Sending one there at 91 off of Zaborowski. And just off the end of his bat, that one over the head of Grant Stevenson into left center field. Gets a 2-out base knock, keeps the inning going for Ben Ferguson.
Ferguson, a strikeout swinging last time. He faced Bo Atkins, who got him to wave at an off-speed pitch down the middle. Ferguson was waiting on a fastball. He gets it here and yanks it fouled on the right field line.
Came off hot off the bat at 99, just sent it into near the stands.
2 gone with the runner Piotrowski at first base. 4-0 East All-Stars on top of the West. Team Ben Will Coxon is leading. There's a ball down and away, 1-1. So we call them Team Ben and Team Bo because those were the captains that drafted these teams. If you didn't catch us in the pregame show, each of these guys were specifically drafted by either Will Coxon or Atkins. The 1-1 is high and inside to Ferguson.
And that's just really good, to have everyone, you get a mix of all 4 teams on the team and not having like in the East versus West or American League versus National League. Just good. It's just a good show of everyone in the mix.
Count now moves to 3-1 on Ferguson. A man that hit 6 home runs, as we mentioned earlier, in that home run derby. And he's one of the best hitters on this Hopper team, along with guys like Marcoux and Garrick. 3-1 is fouled back.
And Ferguson's the guy who's going to work for it. He'll try to get himself on base. He has 10 walks on the season. Not like near the top of that department, but he still is very disciplined at the plate.
Runner takes off for second base, Piotrowski. He's going to chug on to third as Ferguson finds some green, and he's in there at first base. Down to third goes Piotrowski. It's a 2-out base hit, and Matt goes first to third to set up an RBI chance for Jared Weber.
Yeah, on the 3-2, you knew he was going to go, and able to find a hole right in front of Colby Seltzer, put runners on the corners for Jared Weber to try to add on to this 4-0 lead here in the second. He already has had a single in his last at-bat, trying to pour it on here more for Team Ben Will Coxon.
Infield hit for Weber last time. Stevenson at shortstop stopped it. On one bounce, it was gloved by Stevenson, but he could not find an out anywhere. Weber competed in the home run derby as well, had 8 bombs, and nearly made the second round. He was just short by 1.
Yeah, good showing for Weber in the home run derby. He's been a key part of the Unicorns lineup with 3 homers. He just missed it by a hair, but had a good show out nonetheless for the guy.
Weber from Crawfordville, Florida, fouls the next pitch away, 0-2. Piotrowski stands at third, he's singled. Ferguson just did the same thing, he's over to first. 4-0 East All-Stars, looking for a few more. Fouled away off the bat of Weber. Wind has died down a tad, moving out towards straightaway center field now, but not as strong as it was earlier to start our ball game. Zaborowski sets the 0-2 pitch, wave and a miss. Breaking ball gets Weber swinging for out number 3, and Zach Zaborowski strands 2. After 2 innings of baseball, it's 4-0 East All-Stars over the West All-Stars. When we come back, third inning of play from the USPBL 2024 All-Star Game on the USPBL Network.
The Dave & Buster's method is designed to help you unlearn adulthood and reset our life around zapping stuff and cheering for stuff with your friends. Begin the method today with 5 free games. You know you want to.
Fifth Third Extra Time helps you do you better. So kick back and relax. You have extra time to avoid overdraft fees. Fifth Third Extra Time. This is banking a Fifth Third better.
It's an absolute party here at the ballpark. Tons of fans here getting autographs from coaches, players, and a lot of their heroes that they watch on a daily basis here in downtown Utica at Jimmy John's Field. Alongside Alex Johnson, I'm Tom Cavanaugh from the 2024 USPBL All-Star Game, and Greg Lokinen, the #1 man from the Beavers, has taken the mound. He is relieving Ben Kreisen of his work in that second inning.
Yeah, he has been really good throughout the course of the season, Tom. The strong lefty for the Beavers this season, coming in, has made 7 starts and 11 appearances, has a 3-3 record, 3.83 ERA, has thrown 3 complete games for him, and 40 innings of work, 42 strikeouts, 14 walks, and a .247 opposing batted average for the lefty, the product out of Georgia Gwinnett.
Yeah, it's a big reason. I mean, if anybody goes to Georgia Gwinnett College, one of the best NAIA schools in the entire country, I'd say you're pretty darn good. And Lokinen shows it on the mound every single time he's out. Lefty-righty matchup here. Greg leaves the first fastball outside at 88 miles an hour, facing Francis Florentino, who grounded into a double play his first time.
And that's just a really strong program, and as hard he's built up, his reputation. And, for a lot of the schools and all the people out there not really familiar with the NAIA, I know Georgia Gwinnett, right up there with a lot of top schools. They compete with teams in Division II or even Division I.
That's very true. 1-1 pitch, wave and a miss. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Yeah, if you get a chance, a guy that's not in our league here, but just finished up his last season at Georgia Gwinnett, AJ Shipkowski, his numbers are Drew Fleming level when it comes to the NAIA. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Francis. High pop up third base side. It's going to likely get out of play into the seats. It will. About 75 feet of foul territory from the dugouts all the way to the chalk foul lines. So a lot of room for these corner out infielders to make a play.
Yeah, especially with the large foul ground that you have to work with that at 99% of other ballparks would be out of play.
Florentino, semi-open stance, rests the bat on the right shoulder, picks it up last minute. The 1-2, way outside. Lokinen, one of the newest state champions. He was an assistant coach at Northville this past year. Went all the way to McLean Stadium at Cobbs Field on the campus of Michigan State University, where they upset Brother Rice. Wave and a miss, Florentino goes down swinging to lead off this third inning. Lokinen posts another strikeout.
Good work by Lokinen, going off speed at 81, down in the strike zone to Florentino. And you mentioned being an assistant over at Northville High School. Took down one of the top teams in the country that was ranked in Brother Rice. Always a very talented program. They were like 41-1 heading into the state championship game, Brother Rice. And Northville pressed the upset button and they got him.
The only losses for Rice that year were UAD Jesuit and then Northville in the final.
Alex Garbeska also went to Northville High School.
0-1 pitch to Marcoux is strike two. Breaking ball in the outside corner has Tim Heigl, our home plate umpire, up with the right hand. Lokinen shakes off, works third base side of the rubber with his cockeyed angle through his windup. 0-2 pitch on the corner, strike three. Lokinen bumping off that mound after back-to-back Ks here in the third.
It just froze Marcoux with that 80-mile-per-hour off-speed pitch. So take a look at that right here. Just perfectly set. Had some nice, nasty movement. And Marcoux just couldn't do anything with it. That's just perfect stuff from a veteran like Lokinen.
I couldn't say it any better than that. That is absolutely perfect. Could not throw a better pitch right there. Matt Garrick with 2 outs and nobody on. Takes ball one inside. There's something about Lokinen's old style windup, going over the head and then tapping the glove as he's going through the windup. I just love it.
You don't see really a lot these days. People just get in their windup and go. Especially in this pitch clock era where you have to be on a time, you have to be on a rhythm.
1-1 pitch on the way. Swing and a miss.
Can't just take your time like you're eating ice cream at the parlor. Got to be like in the hot dog eating contest where you got to go, go, go.
And no Chestnut this year, which was pretty sad. Garrick swings and misses. The ball squeaks away from Hughes. Drop third strike will throw down to Weber and completes the out. What's new? Greg Lokinen just struck out the side in the All-Star game. We go to the bottom of the third inning, but before that, it's the fifth third out of the ball game. And with that comes JJ the Water Boy coming out from the right side. Huge strikeout there on Garrick to end the frame. Lokinen, business as usual. And provided by Michigan First Credit Union is JJ the Water Boy, as he is going to hydrate our field umpire, Sal Jocko. A couple of water bottles for our official and a sweet treat for JJ on the way back, and he'll take that bucket back. Love when JJ's out here and supporting both umpires today throughout today's ball game and the players.
He's been the all-star off the field, giving these umpires and these players no chance to rehydrate and get themselves ready for this really good game here tonight. And he does his job all season long, and you got to give JJ credit.
We go to the bottom of the third inning. 4-0 East All-Stars over the West from the 2024 USPBL All-Star Game.
Andy Appleby. I'm the owner and CEO of the USPBL. We're a 4-team league. We play at Jimmy John's Field in Utica, Michigan. Tryon has a wealth of resources that we can tap into when unique HR issues arise, even including visa and immigration issues related to our players. Tryon has helped us to get our baseball season up and running every year and has made a difficult task much easier.
That's why we rely on Tryon.
You can always rely on Tryon.
Look inside that Team Ben Wilcoxon dugout right now. They got themselves a 4-0 lead as we head into the bottom half of the third frame. New pitcher on the mound from the Eastside Diamond Hoppers for Team Bo Atkins. It's going to be John Kelly trying to put a stop to this offense. 3 left on base for the East All-Stars, but they've scored 4 runs, all in that first inning.
Yeah, we'll see what John Kelly can do here to keep the score where it's at. Coming in with a 5-1 record on the season in 7 starts. starts, 27 innings of work for the man with 17 punch-outs, 15 base on balls, 226 opposing batting average, and an ERA just above 4. As he's the man from Rutherford, New Jersey. Spent some time at a couple of schools, Coastal Carolina in the Sun Belt in Division I. Also played at Oklahoma State in the Big 12. Standing in at 5'11" as a righty. Has done really well for his time here in the USPBL, and been a key piece to the Hoppers bullpen and their success throughout the course of the season as they try to take over first place. They're right behind the Mammoths in a half-game spot, and there's a lot of season left for these guys. And this All-Star game, it gives everyone a break. To play in this game right here, no pressure here tonight. You want to be able to do well, obviously, of course, but it's just a game that doesn't impact standings. It's just a game just to have fun here tonight.
Yeah, it's a chance to showcase your stuff and play with guys you're not normally used to playing with, which I always find so cool, especially when you look at that Kreisen versus Kreisen battle we had in the second inning. John?
Yeah, just really cool to watch, and like we mentioned, we won't see that again unless there's rare circumstances of players are shorthanded, they need a guy at the last minute, but for the most part, these are matchups that we probably won't see again for the rest of the season.
Yeah. Ray Hilbrick will lead things off. He drove a run in with a bounce out to first base last time. John Kelly on the mound is going to throw a slider about half the time. He'll mix in a four-seam fastball, a sinker, a curveball, and from time to time, the changeup. First pitch to the lefty Ray is way inside at the thigh. He tiptoes out of the way. 4 runs in the first inning for Team Ben Wilcoxon, the East All-Stars, facing Team Bo Atkins, the West All-Stars, with still 0 through 3 innings. The 1-0 is in the same spot, in on the thigh of Hilbrick. He gets out of the way once again, 2-0. It's like Dance Dance Revolution in the box right now for the lefty Hilbrick.
And trying to find his placing right now, but he's in a hitter-friendly count, 2-0. We'll see if Kelly can try to throw something hard at the plate to get back into the count.
Kreisen set up outside. That's where the pitch is. Just a bit off, though. It had a lot of break on that pitch. Just fell a little bit low and outside. 3 balls and no strikes to the leadoff batter here in the bottom of the third, Ray Hilbrick. Kelly delivers again inside to Hilbrick. 4-pitch walk will start off this inning for the team up by 4.
Good work to start off by Hilbrick in a 4-pitch walk. Brings it up to Patrick Baggett.
Baggett, a base hit the opposite way. It was an infield hit. Grant Stevenson fielded the ball at shortstop. Tried to make a throw on to third to tag a runner out, and the throw was wide, which led 2 runs to score. First pitch to Pat is a fastball outside. 5 in a row now for John Kelly on the mound as he works first base side of the rubber out of the stretch. 4 runs on 6 hits for this East All-Star squad at the dish. There's the 1-0. That's a called strike, upper outer corner. Baggett lifts one out to left field. Back goes Cedeno. It's over his head and off the wall. Hilbrick will chug on to third base. Head coach Jim Essian's going to send him home. There's going to be a play at the dish. Stevenson throw is in time. They got him at the dish. Cedeno to Stevenson to Kreisen to cut down Hilbrick, trying to score all the way from first base.
Just a really good job as Cedeno got that one off the wall, and he just threw it over into the infield and got it over to Kreisen in time to get Hilbrick out. It was cut off by Stevenson. Good throw from him to Kreisen to get Hilbrick out at the plate. I like the aggressiveness there. It just didn't pay off that time. But Now, Hilbert did have some speed. He was going all the way from first base. And that's just really tough to make that run.
Hilbrick runs pretty well. That was just a great relay from the outfield. And give credit to Grant Stevenson. That ball was not on his left shoulder glove side. He had to completely turn all the way around, catch it across his body, spin, and throw home. Fly ball out to left field from Blake Bean is caught by Cedeno. 2 outs as Baggett will hang out at second base after his double.
And that's just important right now is to get a run taken away off the board and try to keep the score where it's at. For Team Bo Atkins, can't afford to get down anymore. As I mentioned, this is only a 7-inning game, approaching the halfway point almost.
Whit Hughes lined out to third base last time. First pitch he sees is in the dirt. So it's John Kelly facing his catcher, Whit Hughes, right now. And Whit, he's pretty, privy to what Kelly throws, so he's got a little bit of an advantage at the plate. 2-0. That one's in the dirt as well.
Yeah, just unusual to see Kelly, Whit Hughes rather behind the dish, catching over for Kelly, and just another one of those situations where we don't really see very often since they're on the same team.
Yeah, he knows what Kelly likes to throw in certain counts, considering he's receiving the balls and calling those pitches. Swing and a miss makes it 2-1 as he blew by the fastball at 93 miles an hour.
It's just a difficult transition to realize, in this moment.
2-1 pitch, just off the inside corner, not by much. 3-1 the count goes. A walk to Hilbrick. Baggett then doubled. The 7-6-2 relay got Hilbrick at the plate on the double from Baggett. 3-1 pitch is high for ball 4. Second walk of the inning for John Kelly. Has 2 aboard with 2 outs for the East All-Stars.
Did his job to keep the inning going as that one was above at 93 off of Kelly, and brings up another one of his teammates, Zeb Bruce.
Wind picking back up again, moving out towards left center field. I've seen a few extra base hits, one extra base hit, a couple balls hit hard, but nothing really lifted out there towards left center field, right center to push on out. Zeb Bruce takes ball 1. Swing and a miss, evens the count. After John Kelly, Connor Tomasic will grab the baseball. That's for Team Bo Atkins, the West All-Stars. Kelly now working third base side of the rubber. The 1-1 is a line drive to right center field. It's in the gap for a single. Baggett's going to come around and score. Florentino hits the deck trying to throw the ball. Roos into second taking advantage, and this ball squirts away from Stevenson. Coming to the dish is Hughes, and now Roos is caught in a rundown. He's called out. The run scores. It's 6-0. East side continues to score runs. We got to break that one down. So many different moving parts in that play right there.
Yeah, first, Florentino fell down after getting the play, and it caused chaos, as we see right there. And Seltzer just threw it over to Stevenson. Bruce was safe originally, and then he lost the ball, which brought in another run to score. Then Roos got caught in the pickle. He was trying to go to third and had to get back.
There's a chance he might have gotten that hand in there. Roos being helped off the field right now. Hopefully he is okay. That ends the bottom of the third inning. We've played 3 full innings of baseball. It's 6-0. East Side All-Stars over the West from the USPBL 2024 All-Star Game.
Time doesn't heal all wounds. Hard work, perseverance.
And we do.
We're fighting cancer with proton therapy.
And music therapy.
We're turning back the clock on Parkinson's and outsmarting blood clots in seconds.
Instead of days.
Because this is her time. His time, your time. And it's time to show we can. Corewell Health.
take another look at this replay from the final out. It was a base hit to Florentino, who fell down. The ball popped out of the glove of Stevenson, which allowed Whit Hughes to come and score. That was the second run scored in the inning, and Stevenson fakes the throw, which draws Roos off the base. And here's another look at it. Roos could have gotten that hand in there. Field umpire Sal Giacco calls him out for out number 3, but I think Whit Hughes scored before the tag was made, so that leads to the 2 runs in the inning. But a nice swing from Patrick Baggett. He came in to score after his double, and right now the East All-Stars running away with it as Matt Colucci takes the bump.
Yeah, 6-0 right now after 3 innings of play. Matt Colucci looking to keep the score where it's at. As it's just been nothing so far for Team Bo Atkins. As we take a look at the stat line for Colucci, coming in with a really good ERA at 2.05. He has not made 14 appearances in the first half of the season. Coach Jim Essing has relied on him throughout the majority of the season. Most appearances out of any Unicorns pitcher so far. 23 punch-outs, 8 free passes, and 22 innings of work. He just has some incredible stuff here tonight, Tom, and we're going to see him throw his slider, no majority of the time at 53%. He'll throw in his 2-seamer and a curveball on a rare occasion.
Colucci, great right-handed arm for the Unicorns. As home plate umpire Tim Heigl asking for the bat boys and ball boys to enter back into the dugout. They were hanging out like it was the home run derby down there on the first baseline. Colby Seltzer with the GoPro will lead off here, followed by Todd Maddox and Ethan Kreisen. Ball 1 from Colucci. He takes over for Greg Lokinen, who threw just 1 inning. No hits, no runs, no walks. Struck out all 3 batters that he faced. Alex, you mentioned earlier the grand slam the other day for Colby Seltzer. He's now up in the count 2-0. A lot of pop in this right-handed bat. The man out of Texas plays a very, very solid middle infield for the Mammoths.
Yeah, he's been really good, for the Mammoths. So a guy that has improved a lot here in his 2nd season. Coming out from Texas, who's been a really good state down there with Texas A&M in the College World Series. Also the MLB All-Star Game down at Globe Life Field, home with the Texas Rangers in about a couple weeks. That's on I think it's July 16th down in Arlington. The defending World Series champs and hosting the All-Star Game, so it's going to be a lot of fun for all those fans down there. And
3-1 pitch to Seltzer. Called strike on the outside corner.
Yeah, Tim Heigl was just making sure about that one. If Seltzer was going to go, he was going to call him for strike 2.
Well, I mean, I think so. That ball was bottom corner right there. Sometimes if it's off the plate and the hitter's kind of big league and walk out of the box before the call is made, then a call could be made that way. But that was, I mean, right in the corner, and Seltzer making that 1 step across. I guess you can, I don't want to say he big leagued him there.
Yeah, I think he knew it there. He was just trying to sell it.
Yeah, it's a great frame job on that pitch before, and Seltzer stays alive on the 3-2 now. Pulls the bat in close on the right shoulder, taps that front foot with a very upright stance. Full count pitch is fouled back to the screen. We're going to do it again. Seltzer a walk his first time up. A lot of these guys likely to have 2 at-bats, and then we'll mix in some of the reserves, you could call them. Trey Williams-Nelson, Zach Beadle, Drew Fleming, as this is a swing and miss. Strike 3. Seltzer goes down for out number 1 for the West All-Stars, and 1 strikeout now for Colucci.
Yeah, as we take a look at it here from Colucci, that one at 86 in the low part of the strike zone. Got Seltzer to swing on and miss right there, and just some good stuff by Colucci, like we mentioned.
Todd Maddox a line out to third base his first time. That was with the bases loaded. Patrick Baggett made a diving play in the hole. 1-0 the count is now as Colucci took too long on the mound. It's a pitch count violation. So Maddox is up 1-0 before a pitch is thrown. It's a foul back to the screen. Check that. It was the other way around. Maddox took too long at the plate, so the count is 0-2. I thought they were calling that on Colucci, but they actually called it on the batter, Maddox.
I thought so too, based on what he was looking at.
Slider down and away. 1 ball, 2 strikes. 6 runs on 8 hits for Team Ben Wilcoxon, the East All-Stars. 0 runs, just 1 hit from Matt Garrick back in the first inning for the West All-Stars of Team Bo Atkins. 1-2 breaking ball is low in the dirt, evens the count up.
It started off really well, and then it just kind of died down below the zone.
Sun beginning to fall a tad. Twilight will start up in the next 45 minutes to an hour or so. We're in the top of the 4th inning. Nearly halfway through our ball game here, as this is a line shot up the middle for Todd Maddox. And the second hit of the day for the West All-Stars comes here in the 4th.
Good job right there off the bat of Todd Maddox. A much-needed base hit for the West All-Stars, trailing by 6 runs. Let's take a look at the replay. Just right near the center, behind second base.
You're right.
Of Todd Maddox.
It's very, very much needed, that hit right there. I mean, they had gone 2 straight innings without a hit, and Maddox is on with 1 gone. Breaking ball way outside, gloved by Hughes behind the dish. Ethan Kreisen struck out swinging his first time up against his brother Ben, and now he will face his other Unicorn teammate in Matt Colucci.
See if we can get the better off of Colucci now this time, after striking out against his brother.
2 balls, no strikes. Colucci with the fastball high and away. Ethan Kreisen and Ben Kreisen, both from Northport, Florida. Kreisen, the pitcher, Ben, he played at Florida A&M. Ethan at the plate, played at Murray State. 3 balls, no strikes to the Unicorn catcher in the 7th spot. 1 on, 1 out, trailing by 6. Colucci, first base side of the rubber, sets at the belt. And Kreisen will swing on the 3-0 out to center field. Roos is there to make the catch, and he'll try to sneak a throwback to first towards Maddox. And you can see Maddox and Roos kind of smiling, giving some hand signals. Those are 2 teammates going at it, and why not Roos trying to backpick his man, his teammate out there at first base.
Yeah. Look at that right at the heart of the plate, right down the middle, 91. As Roos just rolled it back over to first to Weber, and Maddox was just giving him a laugh over there. You're going to try to get me out or something? And
yeah, you'd never really see that unless they were teammates battling against each other, which makes this game a whole lot more fun. Trey Jones is now onto the mound. Matt Colucci's day is done as he got 2 men out. We'll take a small break as Jones from the West Side Woolly Mammoths will toe the slab. 6-0 East All-Stars over the West All-Stars here from the 2024 USPBL All-Star Game at Jimmy John's Field in downtown Utica.
Andy Appleby. I'm the owner and CEO of the USPBL. We're a 4-team league. We play at Jimmy John's Field in Utica, Michigan. Tryon has a wealth of resources that we can tap into when unique HR issues arise, even including visa and immigration issues related to our players. Tryon has helped us to get our baseball season up and running every year and has made a difficult task much easier.
That's why we rely on Tryon.
You can always rely on Tryon.
Little YMCA for the crowd as Trey Jones takes the bump in place of Matt Colucci. Colucci goes 2/3 of an inning, faces 3 batters, strikes 1 of them out, gives up a hit and a fly out. I mean, this is why you come to Jimmy John's Field, especially on the All-Star festivities day here, as Grant Stevenson comes to the plate. There's just so much going on, and they make it such an enjoyable experience as spectators.
Yeah, it's really good. Family-friendly atmosphere. Getting the fans involved throughout the course of the game. Throwing those Softy Balls T-shirts to the stands, doing YMCA, dances throughout. It's just really good for the fans to come out here tonight in this All-Star game. As we got Trey Jones on the bump. We'll talk about him in just a second. It's a 1-0 count to Stevenson.
Stevenson looks at ball 2 high. Trey Jones, my goodness, 19 innings pitched, a 0.47 ERA. He is fresh off the injured reserve list.
Yeah, he's just been really strong coming back out from injury. 18 strikeouts compared to 6 walks. Opposing bat average is 111 as that pitch goes to the backstop.
That pitch not missing the zone by much. That's going to be a pass ball on Whit Hughes, as that was nearly a strike on the lower outside corner to Stevenson, right past his glove, moving the count to 3 balls and no strikes, and Maddox is down to second base in scoring position. Jones, first base side of the rubber, checks the runner down at second base once, a deep breath, the 3-0. Out of the glove of Hughes again, down to third goes Maddox. Back-to-back pitches, back-to-back passed balls, and that's a walk on 4 pitches to Stevenson. Runners on the corners with 2 outs.
And that one Trey Jones had in mind as it moves the runner over to third, as that was Maddox, and now brings up Jose Cedeno. Trying to get Team Bo Atkins on the board, trailing by 6 runs here in the 4th.
Cedeno flied out to fairly deep right field his last time. Best average on the team for the Mammoths. He's going to tap one on the ground to first base. Bobbled by Weber. They're going to throw to Jones. The PFP is completed for out number 3. And the West All-Stars strand 2 more runners. We go to the bottom of the 4th. 6-0 Team Ben Wilcoxon over Team Bo Atkins from the 2024 USPBL All-Star Game. We'll be right back.
Time doesn't heal all wounds. Hard work, perseverance.
And we do.
We're fighting cancer with proton therapy.
And music therapy.
We're turning back the clock on Parkinson's and outsmarting blood clots in seconds.
Instead of days.
Because this is her time. His time, your time. And it's time to show we can. Corewell Health.
Couldn't ask for a better night for baseball. Alongside Alex Johnson, I'm Tom Cavanaugh from the All-Star Game of the USPBL. 75 degrees and sunny. Sun's starting to set a little bit, and the humidity beginning to climb even higher. It's really muggy out there right now, but they can't ask for a better day. We got sweet seats up there enjoying the game from where we took our pregame shots from, all the way up there. And Connor Tomasic will now take the bump for the West All-Stars with a couple of defensive substitutions as well. Blake Vandiver of the Eastside Diamond Hoppers will move out to left field, and going to right from the Westside Woolly Mammoths is Drew Fleming. Both of them new into the ball game.
Yeah, both guys will get a chance up to come back later on in this game. But take a look at our pitcher, Connor Tomasic, here, Tom. Looking at what he's done here so far, another reliable piece out of the pen. In 13 appearances, 15 1/3 innings pitched, 22 punch-outs compared to 12 walks, and a 208 batting average, opposing batting average rather, and a 2.35 ERA for the man out of Schererville, Indiana, and the former man out of, he played at Purdue and most recently over at Michigan State a couple years ago.
Trying to put a stop to this East All-Star offense. They scored 4 in the first, 2 more in the third. And it's now 0-1 to
Austin Ochoa.
I'm sorry, yeah. Austin Ochoa, he's batting for Ben Wilcoxon, so we already have some substitutions. 0-2.
Yeah, Ochoa, another key piece, for this Unicorns team, hitting .280 right now on the season. Coming in, pinch hitting for Wilcoxon in this situation.
Ben finishes the day 0 for 1 with a walk and a run scored. The 0-2 pitch from Tomasic is low and outside.
Got a unicorn at the plate, unicorn on the mound, and a unicorn on the dish.
Tomasic, first base side, leaves the 1-2 high and outside, 2-2. Can't see our on-deck batter from the angle we're at right now, but I guarantee there's going to be some substitutions as this is the third time through the lineup. Swing and a miss. Ochoa goes down, swinging for out number 1, and Tomasic grabs his first strikeout.
And chase him in the top part of the strike zone, maybe a little bit of upstairs, but maybe Ochoa will go after it.
Matt Piotrowski will now hit. He will continue to hit as he's 2 for 2.
And take a look at the reserves now for Team Ben Wilcoxon, who's left. No batting wise, we got Tyler Shin and Anthony Sharkus on the bench. And then we'll have Trey Williams Nelson and Zach Beadle left for Team Bo Atkins.
Strike 1 called on the outside corner to Matt. Scored on his base hit the first time up. That was back in the first inning. He then batted again in the second and singled. He was stranded at third in that inning. 0-1 from Tomasic, way outside. Great year so far for Matt, reigning player of the week in the USPBL. He's got that very upright, tall stance, waiting on the 1-1. It's a strike on the outside.
It's good to see Piotrowski being able to come to life here for the Beavers. I mentioned it earlier in the game.
1-2 to Matt, flared out to second base. Seltzer over to his left a few steps, makes the catch. 2 gone.
And that just didn't hang on for a little too long, and Seltzer able to make the routine catch.
So Ben Ferguson will grab the GoPro and he will step in. 1 for 2 on the day, strikeout and a base hit. Part of that East Side Diamond Hoppers team that is just so powerful offensively. You look at that 16 RBIs on the year. That's pretty average for the top hitters on this East Side team. I mean, you look at Ben Ferguson has 16, as we mentioned. Marcoux has 16. Zeb Roos has 13. And Matt Garrick's got 15 as well.
A lot of guys can contribute, be really dangerous to this Hoppers offense, and you just got to be able to keep an eye on it for the rest of the league. Here in the second half, as the Hoppers just trying to stay with it here. They had first place, for a majority of that first half, and then things slipped away as of late. The Mammoths took an edge over them here at the break, and we'll see what they can able to do here in the second half of this season.
0-2 pitch to Ferguson, flared out to right center field. Pastor in a few steps. He'll put that in his back pocket for out number 3. And Connor Tomasic works a 1-2-3 fourth inning. After 4 innings of play, it's 6-0. East All-Stars, Team Ben Wilcoxon. They lead over Team Bo Atkins and the West All-Stars. We'll be back for the 5th. You're watching the USPBL Network.
You know, they say, losing hope, that's the real disaster. Last year, Tropical Storm Fred sent a devastating wall of water and debris down this river. And when the waters receded, Belfour was here. Not just to rebuild, but to help restore the life of this community. Belfour, restoring more than property.
I'm Anthony Tomey, CEO of Tomey Group, and we're one of the largest Jimmy John franchisees in the country. With 50 Jimmy Johns and over 700 employees, it's a challenge to manage operations. What could possibly go wrong with owning 50 Jimmy Johns? People don't show up, equipment fail, run out of bread, no tomatoes, we need onions. Many different things can happen. Tryon allows us to really focus on the food and the operations of the restaurant.
And that's why we rely on Tryon.
You can always rely on Tryon.
Thanks for our hard work.
6-0 East All-Stars over the west side. Alongside Alex Johnson, I'm Tom Cavanaugh. Really great crowd on hand today for what's been an awesome day of baseball. We had the home run derby earlier today. Christian Ortega was your star, and his teammate Andrew Verbrugge of the Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers will take them out.
Yeah, Verbrugge, he's another veteran in this league. As you mentioned, he was on the Hoppers, for part of last season and moved over to the Beavers midway through last season. Let's take a look at his stats throughout the season so far here. Tom at the halfway point. In 21 innings pitched, 23 strikeouts compared to 16 walks, 11 appearances, 3.43 ERA for the guy that has been really strong out of the pen as well. For the Beavers, he's a man out of Grand Rapids, spent his time over at Hillsdale College, a Division II school in the GMAC. A strong program down there in the southern part of Michigan. And
a couple of defensive changes. Tyler Shin is the new catcher behind the plate. Over at third base is Austin Ochoa. He moves in, and down to shortstop will go Patrick Baggett. So Baggett moves from third to short. Ochoa is implemented into the game after his pinch hit in the fourth, and now Shin is behind the dish. He's in place of Whit Hughes, who was there for the first 4 innings. Nick Pastor, a 3-0 count on him right now. Verbrugge steps through the windup. 3-0 pitch is swung on and popped up, foul territory, out of play.
Verbrugge comes in with a curveball. He throws that about 48% of the time, and it also was his four-seam fastball. So it kind of has a 2-pitch mix. You hardly see a slider or a changeup from him.
3-1 breaking pitch right down the middle. Huge break. Freezes Pastor to pull the count to full.
And just lowered that speed right there. Just kind of froze Pastor with that nasty curveball.
Full count to Pastor, the leadoff man. Line shot back up the middle into center field. Right past the head of Andrew Verbrugge. It's a leadoff hit. For the West All-Stars, they're looking to climb back in this game as we're only playing 7 frames, and we're in the 5th.
Yeah, they're running out of outs here. That was another breaking ball down in the zone, and he found a hole, Pastor, into center to get the leadoff man on here. Now Drew Fleming will get his first at-bat of the night, and as we get ready to get back to action here.
Fleming batting for Francis Florentino, who was 0 for 2 with a double play ground out and a strikeout swinging. First pitch breaking ball from Verbrugge is high and inside, 1-0. Fleming competed in the home run derby earlier, made it to the second round, just could not out-hit Matt Garrick or Christian Ortega, who put up monster numbers. Here's a pulled ground ball into left field. Base hit for Fleming in his first at-bat in a USPBL All-Star Game. Back-to-back hits have 2 aboard for Noah Marcoux.
Yeah, just trying to get back into this game, and you got to get base runners here. Verbrugge, he's been relying on that breaking ball, and he's been burned on it. The last 2 batters that he's faced.
He's leaving it right over the middle and to some of the best hitters in the entire league in Pastor and Fleming, and they're not missing those pitches. Strike 1 call to Noah Marcoux for his third at-bat. 0 for 1 with a walk. Struck out looking his last time. Stands tall on that front toe. He takes ball 1. Two on, nobody out. Verbrugge lost that pitch.
He's trying to find his command right now, and don't want to afford to get them back into the game.
Yeah, if Teambo Atkins can put together a crooked number here, we got ourselves a ball game. 2-1 is fouled back. It's now 2 balls and 2 strikes.
A guy like Marcoux, his average has dipped a little bit to 364, has been really strong throughout the first half of the season with his numbers that you see.
Ooh, there's that breaking ball again. Marcoux barely missed that pitch, and it catches a piece of our home plate umpire, Tim Heigl, on the wrist. I feel like every time Tim's behind the dish catching, he catches a foul ball or a fastball that bounces up or a straight pitch that hits him in the noggin. He's just a warrior back there. We talk about it every day, and we appreciate him and all the other umpires that come out here and officiate these games in the USPBL.
You know, it's also an honor for both umpires here as well tonight to be officiating the All-Star Game. Oh, just an honor for them. They've worked hard throughout the course of the season to earn that right to be calling the All-Star Game here tonight. And
the 2-2 pitch is going to square up Marcoux on the thigh. Verbrugge pulled the fastball at 90 miles an hour. That does not feel good, but the West All-Stars base is loaded now with nobody out.
Yeah, this is not what you want to have in mind if you're Verbrugge, and that one got him.
So a couple of base knocks from Pastor and Fleming with a hit-by pitch to Marcoux. Load him up for Matt Garrick. 1 for 2 day for Matt. Base hit to left field and a strikeout swinging. First pitch to him, wave and a miss at a breaking ball that cuts down and away.
In normal situations, you would see the infield end, but everyone's staying relatively in their normal spots, as you can see right now.
0-1, same pitch, curveball, bottom barrel of the zone, and gets Garrick to swing right over it again. So Verbrugge's leaving those pitches a little bit down, which is better than what happened to the first hitters. He left those breaking balls in the middle of the plate for hits. 3-pitch strikeout from Andrew Verbrugge gets Matt Garrick looking for a big, big first out.
That's just really huge as Garrick just kind of let that one go by him. Now brings it up to Colby Seltzer. If you're a team, Ben Wilcoxon, all you need is a double play ball to get out of this inning unscathed, and that was just really huge to get Matt Garrick out, who had a lot of power in that home run derby, finishing in second place. And this is probably the best opportunity all night for Team Bo Atkins right now.
Breaking ball for strike one. Shin set up on the outside part of the plate. This fastball misses inside, 1-1. 6 total runners left on base for the West All-Stars. They have 3 more ducks on the pond right now. Breaking pitch down and away, stopped by Shin, makes it 2-1. Fans, this will be the final game of this weekend. We are off both Saturday and Sunday. We will resume play on Friday, July 12th for the Utica Unicorns facing the Westside Woolly Mammoths. Make the count now 2-2.
The start of the second half of the season is we start with the rematch of the championship game from the season ago, like we did on opening day, and that's how we'll start the second half off. And it's going to be interesting how the second half goes, with that 3-team race. And
that ball's in the dirt, blocked up by Shin.
And then if the Beavers can heat up at the right time, and who knows, anything can happen.
Full count now to Colby Seltzer with a 1 out and the base is loaded. Pastor singled. Fleming did the same. Marcoux was hit by a pitch. West Side's still looking for their first run. It's funny, when I say West Side, East Side, I keep thinking about the Mammoths and the Diamond Hoppers, but that's just the 2 all-star teams we have today. Seltzer a walk and a strikeout today in his 3rd at-bat right now, looking for a clutch swing. The 3-2 is low for ball 4. Verbrugge doesn't like the call, and Team Bo Atkins has finally scored their first run here in the 5th on a bases-loaded walk.
Just important to get themselves on the board, get that first run in.
That could open the floodgates. Head coach Jim Essien of the Utica Unicorns will take the ball from Verbrugge. New man on the mound from the Utica Unicorns. Jace Bauman will enter the fold. When we come back, Todd Maddox will step up to the dish in a 6-1 game. Bases loaded walk to Colby Seltzer on a full count has given Team Bo Atkins their first run of the ball game.
You know, they say, losing hope, that's the real disaster. Last year, Tropical Storm Fred sent a devastating wall of water and debris down this river. And when the waters receded, Belfour was here. Not just to rebuild, but to help restore the life of this community. Belfour, restoring more than property.
Jace Bauman will take the mound now from the Utica Unicorns. And for Team Ben Wilcoxon, Andrew Verbrugge, he gets just one out. He gives up 2 hits, hits a batter, and walks 1. That was a big walk to Colby Seltzer to put the West All-Stars on the scoreboard. But let's talk a little bit now about Jace Bauman. He's had 13 total appearances this year, and he's coming back out here in relief.
Yeah, trying to get out of this inning with limited damage right now for Team Ben Wilcoxon as Jace Bauman steps up, coming in an important situation. Does have phenomenal numbers in 13 appearances so far this season for the Unicorns. 17 1/3 innings pitched, 19 strikeouts, 6 walks, and a 2.08 ERA for the veteran.
Yeah, we've seen Bauman really impress in the past. He had an inning a few games ago. It was a safe situation for the Unicorns. They were up by a couple of runs, and he just shut the book on the Eastside Diamond Hoppers. 3 strikeouts in the inning. We've seen Jace look extremely dominant in single frames before, but he's going to be tasked with the final 2 outs of this inning with Todd Maddox in the GoPro at the dish. Bauman's first pitch is a strike at the letters. 6-1 is now your score after Seltzer walked with the bases loaded a moment ago. Bauman, deep breath, the 0-1 pitch, fouled back to the screen, make it no balls and 2 strikes. Maddox singled his last time up, shot it between shortstop and third base. He then lined out to third, his original at-bat. 0-2, another flare foul. Four, 5, 6 batters due up for the East All-Stars in the bottom half of this 5th inning. Here's the 0-2. High pop-up, first base side. Coming over, Jared Weber, communicating with his catcher, Shin, and Weber makes the catch for out number 2.
And just good work by Weber, calling off Shin and foul ground to say, I got it, making the catch. Don't want to afford that one to drop as we got Zach Beadle pinch hitting for Kreisen.
Ethan Kreisen's day is done behind the dish and at the plate. He finishes 0 for 2 with a fly out and a strikeout. That enters Zach Beadle, the man from Madonna, in his 2nd year in the league. Beadle on the first pitch to left field. This ball's crushed. Watch it fly. It's a 3-run grand slam for Zach Beadle. Are you kidding me? This game, it's a 1-run ball game, 6-5. Zach Beadle on the first pitch he sees in a pinch hit spot.
Phenomenal work by Zach Beadle coming in and making it a 1-run game. What a blast out in left center field. Just absolutely destroyed that baseball. Got to feel pretty good if you're Zach Beadle right now. Game has changed dramatically right now, folks. It is just a 1-run game after we thought, no, Team Ben Wilcoxon was in control of it, throughout the first 4 frames, having a 6-0 lead, and this game has changed with 1 swing of the bat.
Alex, you mentioned it. The walk to Colby Seltzer with the bases loaded opened the floodgates. Here's another pop-up, foul territory. Weber makes the catch for out number 3. Bauman gets a couple of foul ground pop-outs, but not before Zach Beadle sees 1 pitch and leaves the yard for a grand slam. What a swing. We got a ball game, 6-5. We go to the bottom of the 5th inning. Eastside clinging to a 1-run lead at the 2024 USPBL All-Star Game.
I'm Anthony Tomey, CEO of Tomey Group, and we're one of the largest Jimmy John franchisees in the country. With 50 Jimmy Johns and over 700 employees, it's a challenge to manage operations. What could possibly go wrong with owning 50 Jimmy Johns? People don't show up, equipment fail, run out of bread, no tomatoes, we need onions. Many different things can happen. Tryon allows us to really focus on the food and the operations of the restaurant.
And that's why we rely on Tryon.
You can always rely on Tryon.
First State Bank is a locally owned and operated business. We're part of your community. At fsbcares.com, you'll find ways that we're making a difference by featuring locally owned and operated businesses, providing access to helpful financial resources, and engaging with community. FSBcares.com is part of our commitment to the neighborhood because strong neighbors mean stronger communities. Where good neighbors do great things. Member FDIC and Equal Housing.
The new catcher, Zach Beadle, behind the dish, just made this a one-run ball game. Absolute nuke to left center field. Beadle left the yard for a grand slam. 5 total runs in that inning for the West All-Stars. And boy, it's a ball game now with Jacob Meyer coming out of the mound.
Yeah, it has just been a really good showing. And it's an important inning for Team Bo Atkins and the West All-Stars. Zach Beadle just absolutely pounded that baseball off of Chase Bauman, and just a different feeling right now. Just a one-run game. Still got a lot of action left here, and Jacob Meyer coming in to try to keep the score where it's at.
He's going to face the 4, 5, 6 hitters, starting with Jared Weber, then Ray Hilbrick and Patrick Baggett.
As we take a look at his stat line here so far throughout the course of the season, he's played in 11 games so far in 16 1/3 innings of work, has a 3.86 ERA, 19 strikeouts compared to 9 walks, and a 226 opposing batting average per game.
Five runs on 5 hits now for the West All-Stars of Team Bo Atkins. And now it puts a little more pressure on this East squad to score a few more runs and get some insurance.
They felt comfortable with that 6-run lead, and then it just dwindled down to 1.
First pitch from Meyer, just a bit high and outside. 1-0 to the 1-for-2 Jared Weber. He had a single and scored in the first, struck out swinging in the second. This is the first lefty pitcher that the East All-Stars will face today as well. 5th total pitcher, first lefty.
Just a different feel now, as you mentioned, a new lefty on the mound, and especially for the righties and lefties at the plate.
Cut and a miss, make it 1-2. Weber, a team lead, 18 RBIs, 7 doubles to go along with 3 homers. The 1-2 high at the shoulders. They're going to check down. Field umpire Sal Giacco doesn't give a call. That was a ball, or sorry, it was not a swing. 2-2. Weber flips it out of play. Count will stay there, and got that same West Side Woolly Mammoths. He's staying traditional here with the pitcher-catcher duo being from the same team. Beadle is in place of Ethan Kreisen. Swing and a miss. Weber goes down swinging for out number 1. First strikeout for Jacob Meyer.
Good work by him, sending him up on the top of the zone as Weber went up for it. Got him there with the fastball at 92. Ray Hilbrick 0 for 1 today. Looking to get something going here as he has to go pro on here.
Hilbrick with an RBI already today. He did that on the bounce out to first back in the opening frame. He takes ball 1 outside. Only Austin Ochoa has been the only pinch hitter so far for this East Side team. Ground ball to first, picked up by Marcoux. He's going to wave off Meyer and touch the bag himself. 2 up, 2 down in the bottom of the 5th inning.
Let's let that one roll over to Marcoux. Didn't let that one go out of his glove. Just able to make the play and step on the bag. So now Patrick Baggett steps in.
Baggett now going from the right side of the plate, the only switch hitter in the USPBL. He had his first 2 at-bats on the left side and now swings righty and fouls the first pitch off. Baggett is 2 for 2 with a base hit and a double with 2 RBIs as well. He has also scored both times he has come up to the plate.
He's been all over the place here tonight and made that incredible catch in that first inning. Was a difference maker in that point of the game, and now you see him now at the plate, who's done well and want to get some more runs on the board right now, and 1-run lead with 2 outs in the bottom of the 5th.
Only 7 innings of baseball from the All-Star Game of the USPBL in downtown Utica at Jimmy John's Field. The 1-1 turns to 2 balls and 1 strike as that missed a little bit high. Baggett, a great defensive player, follows it up offensively as well, especially today being 2 for 2, and he also leads the league in triples. 3 balls, 1 strike. Meyer hooks that one in a little close to the righty. Ball 4, high and inside, and a 2-out base runner for the East All-Stars.
It's a good approach. Just able to just get a free pass for Patrick Baggett. Now Blake Bean will step in, 1 for 2 on the day. RBI single back in the first. Mentioned the man, he spent some time over at Kalamazoo College as well as Lenore Ryan University in Division II down in North Carolina.
First pitch to Bean, pulled fair down the first base line, all the way into the corner. Bean will chug on to second base. Baggett's being waved around third. Picking it up in right field is Fleming. There will be no throw. Baggett scores head first, and it's a triple for Blake Bean. 7-5. Extending the lead are the East All-Stars.
Just huge coming up once again. Blake Bean, that one fair down the first base line by a hair. Take a look at the replay here, Tom. Just phenomenal off the bat of Blake Bean. Patrick Baggett, great speed, scoring all the way from first base. That was just a chopper that went all the way down near that right field corner. That could be trouble, for outfielders out there to make a play, because that's triples alley here at Jimmy John's Field. And even though it's over at 320, it doesn't seem pretty deep, but when it gets trapped in that corner, it's trouble, for the outfielders.
Tyler Shin is pinch hitting for Whit Hughes. Shin caught last half inning. He's now grabbing his first at-bat. Second RBI of the day in an All-Star game for Blake Bean at third base. He had a single back in the first as well. 0-2 now to Shin as he fouls another pitch. And just like that, with 2 outs, a walk to Baggett, and Bean with a triple, making it a crooked score lead, 7-5. Here's the 0-2. Swing and a miss. Fastball high, gets Shin to chase, and that ends the frame. RBI triple from Blake Bean extends the lead for the East All-Stars of Team Ben Wilcoxon. 7-5, we go to the 6th. This is your home for USPBL baseball.
And once again, fans, we're going to throw it down to Maddie for a fun game on the field.
The Dave & Buster's method is designed to help you unlearn adulthood and discover the funner you hidden within you. The you that doesn't think about adult things and stuff. Ashley, I don't want to hear anything about your car registration when we're at Dave & Buster's.
Okay.
The you want to be. Let the Dave & Buster's method illuminate you. Begin the method today with 5 free games. You know you want to.
What are the odds that we're neighbors, where you've known each other our whole lives, and both tear the exact same things in this exact same knee?
So an ACL tear is an injury to the main stabilizing structure of the knee.
You want a good team around you, because then you know that what you're doing is going to help you in the long run.
My message to everyone who's helped me, thank you so much, because you guys helped me progress so much.
Also hearing it from a friend that's went through the exact same thing, I think sort of helps that know that there's a bright side at the end.
Take a look down Vance Harvey, our third base cameraman, getting a little love in between innings. Vance, he's over there. He's heading to Trine University next year for his freshman year. Glad to have him on the crew. He's down there at third base. Jeremiah Green, our first base camera eye. And a few more fans in the dugout, close to the dugout, I should say, trying to get some autographs. And they should be trying to get Zach Beadle's autograph right down there, number 10, at the bottom of your screen after his grand slam last inning.
Yeah, he has changed this game so much now, but now trailing by 2 after that Blake Bean RBI triple. And Team Ben Wilcox are going to turn it over to Aaron Evers of the West Side Woolly Mammoths, as he will face 9-1-2. It's going to be Blake Van Diver to lead it off. He came in as a defensive replacement for Jose Cedeno, and I want to give a good shout out for everyone here. The USPBL interns who do a phenomenal job for us here in the broadcast booth and throughout the USPBL in all different areas of the ballpark, for all the work they have done here so far here in this first half of the season. It's been phenomenal work.
It really has. We appreciate everybody involved, whether it's the production crew, interns down on the field, Devin and his crew as well, putting together the baseball analytics, that whole side of things. I mean, it's just a bunch of moving parts, and everybody does such a great job, as Van Diver just cannot catch up. 94 miles an hour on the last pitch from Evers. That pitch was 95 miles an hour. He is cooking right now.
He's bringing out the heat here right now to shut down Team Bo Atkins.
0-2 pitch. Line drive the opposite way to left center. That's going to drop in for a single. Off-speed pitch. Van Diver did not miss it. That was way off the plate, and he went and got it.
And went over the head of Patrick Baggett, trying to leap up for it. He was trying to read it up, though. Just didn't have enough to make the jump to make the grab. And Van Diver gets rewarded with a leadoff single. Now brings up Nick Pastor up to bat for the 4th time here tonight.
Pastor takes a first pitch at 94, high and in. 1 for 2 with the walk today for Nick. He scored back in the 5th inning. That was on the walk to Colby Seltzer. 2 balls, no strikes now. Evers really likes the changeup. Doesn't throw the fastball all that much, but we've seen him come out the gate with it here. Quick pick over to first at Van Diver. That was a quick throw. Weber had to come up with it, almost didn't.
And that was a little bit of a high throw. If it would have been more wide out, Van Diver would have gotten to second base.
2-0 pitch, called for a strike on the upper outer corner to the lefty. Pastor wants a check to make sure he knows where that pitch is. Always understanding the zone throughout each game, each at-bat. Got to make adjustments as the ball game goes on. Another pick.
That second disengagement.
We saw it yesterday. Ben Wilcoxon was at first base, and Vicente Mendoza, the pitcher for the Unicorns, picked over one too many times, and it led Wilcoxon down to second. 3-1, the count goes on Pastor.
Yeah, something the pitchers will have to keep in mind. As Evers has, if he throws it one more time, he has to get Van Diver out.
Foul ball off the mask of Tyler Shin. The count stays full. 5 runs in the 5th inning for the West All-Stars of Team Bo Atkins. A walk to Colby Seltzer with the bases loaded, and then Zach Beadle with a grand slam. Van Diver's going to take off for second base. Strike 3 called out is Pastor. The throw goes into center field from Shin. Down to second, and now third base is Van Diver. So he swipes second, and the airmail throw sends him down to third. 1 out as Pastor was rung up.
Well, the throw over there by Shin, it's not where he wanted it to be. See, that one was going past right over into the outfield grass, and now you put a runner 90 feet from home, and it brings up Drew Fleming right now.
Fleming a base hit, his first time up. That was back in the 5th. He scored on the Beetle Grand Slam. Ground ball up the middle should get the job done. Breaking ball sets in for strike one at the belt. A mammoth versus mammoth matchup here as Evers is facing his teammate Fleming. The 0-1. Way high and inside, it gets past Shin, and it ricochets all the way back off the padding. I mean, because Evers throws the ball at 93, 94 miles an hour, it's going to bounce right back like a racquetball. And you see right there Evers and Fleming mingling a little, letting him know that he wasn't buzzing the tower on purpose.
Yeah, I don't. It's just huge. It just ricochet back off because Van Diver was getting ready to go, and more often than not, that ball goes by, and that's an easy run.
It's a pretty firm green padding that you can see on your screen at the very bottom near the dirt, and it just came right back. The 1-1. Breaking ball, strike two, outside corner. That's nasty.
Got him there at 80 miles an hour. Froze Fleming.
Looking for a clutch strikeout. One out with a runner at third base in a 7-5 ball game. Fleming taps it on the ground to third. This is going to get the job done. Van Diver scores, and Fleming is safe with an infield single. 7-6 is your score. West Side All-Stars continue to battle.
There's not a lot of contact off the bat of Fleming, but he got the job done. Just chopped right back at home plate, just rolled right over to the hot corner, and Ochoa was unable to scoop it up in time as Fleming able to beat it out.
2 for 2 on the day now for Drew Fleming with a run scored and an RBI. Here comes Noah Marcoux. Noah pulls the first pitch foul on the first baseline. Hit by a pitch his last time up. Struck out looking in the third and walked in the first. Shin set up outside. The pitch from Evers is also outside but does not catch the plate. 1-1. Great year so far for Noah Marcoux. He's won Player of the Week a few times. He also has record for the longest home run of the season at 432 feet. Broken bat, fly ball, way fouled on the first baseline, and Noah's going to need a new one.
Yeah, he tried to rip that one, but went into foul ground, and
he'll make that long stroll on back to the dugout. Well done from Todd Maddox to save him a few steps and grab that bat for him. You know, they should be like hockey where there's an equipment manager with his fingers on every single stick, whoever's touching the puck. So when they break a stick, he can easily just reverse one back. That should be how they do it for baseball as well.
If they want to speed up the game, and just...
So it's 1 ball, 2 strikes on Noah Marcoux with 1 out here in the 6th. Fleming at first base just had an infield hit to bring in Van Diver and bring it back to a 1-run game. Check swing, Marcoux went around. He strikes out, and Evers has struck out 2 of the 4 batters he has faced, but one of those has also come around to score. 2 hits and 2 strikeouts for Evers. Let's take another look.
Yeah, Marcoux tried to go half swing, couldn't bring it back up, and was kind of late for that, and that's another huge punch out for Evers. Now brings up Matt Garrick, who's 1 for 3 here tonight. Struck out his last 2 times at the dish.
Takes ball 1 way outside, a pulled fastball from the righty Evers, who's working on the first base side of the rubber. Only 7 innings of baseball today. So we are into the later frames. Marcoux leaves that one alone, 2-0. Sorry, Garrick leaves that one alone. Foul back. Evers is really gassing it up right now, favoring that 4-seam fastball at about 94, 95 miles an hour. Here's the 2-1. Another check swing. They got Marcoux last time, and now it's Garrick. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Garrick was questioning Tim Heigl at home plate. Let's just kind of a look at it.
It seems like he went around right there. Kind of brought it right back towards the front. Here's a one-hop ground ball to shortstop Baggett. Forehand fields and tosses to Piotrowski for out number 3. Garrick bounces out to end the frame, but Drew Fleming gives another run back for the West All-Stars with an infield hit. Nice play from Baggett once again as he moves over to shortstop. We go to the bottom of the 6th inning. 7-6. East All-Stars with the lead here on a beautiful Friday night.
Andy Appleby. I'm the owner and CEO of the USPBL. We're a 4-team league. We play at Jimmy John's Field in Utica, Michigan. Tryon has a wealth of resources that we can tap into when unique HR issues arise, even including visa and immigration issues related to our players. Tryon has helped us to get our baseball season up and running every year and has made a difficult task much easier.
That's why we rely on Tryon.
You can always rely on Tryon.
Beautiful shot of our ballpark here at Jimmy John's Field in downtown Utica. It's a 7-6 ball game. East All-Stars took a 6-0 commanding lead into the 5th inning. Zach Beadle left the yard with a grand slam, part of a 5-run 5th, and it's been back and forth ever since. 1-run lead for the East squad as they come to bat. And Caleb Rush, the new man on the mound, taking over for Jacob Meyer. He's from the East Side Diamond Hoppers.
Yeah, another reliable piece out of the pen for the East Side Diamond Hoppers. Just take a look at the stat line here so far, but has played 10 of appearances, but he's been a guy, like I mentioned, he's, despite the numbers, he's still a key guy out of the pen. 14 strikeouts, 14 walks, has allowed 13 earned runs and 12 2/3 innings pitched, but he's just going to be trying to get back into the swing of things here as he looks to face, this part of the lineup. 9-1-2 for Team Ben Wilcoxon, with Zeb Bruce starting up at the dish, and then followed by Austin Ochoa and Matt Piotrowski as of right now.
Yeah, Roos has 2 at-bats, and he will come up for a 3rd. We've seen some guys take 2 at-bats and then be subbed out. The captain, Ben Wilcoxon, did so after his 2 plate appearances. Tyler Shin, the only other reserve that has entered the ball game. Shin came in for the catcher, Whit Hughes. Defense is same all the way around, with Van Diver in left field, Fleming in right, and in center is Pastor. First pitch from Caleb Rush to his teammate Zeb Bruce is popped straight back into the concourse. 13 RBIs in the season for Roos. He has commanded the outfield for the Hoppers. Also extremely quick. Roos with 7 stolen bases, 2nd on the team. He has not been caught yet this year. Breaking ball for strike 2. Rush, a very simple pitcher. A little bit of an off speed with the curveball splitter. Likes the fastball a lot. High leg kick, 0-2 pitches in the dirt. Nice pick from Beadle. Got to give credit to this West All-Star team for battling back. They were down 6-0 halfway through our ball game, and that 5th inning just changed the game completely.
It really did, and it just changed the momentum of how the rest of the game was going to go. And
1-2 pitch, outside corner, sets Zeb Bruce down looking for out number 1 here in the 6th.
It's perfectly set up off speed by Caleb Rush, and going back to how Team Bo Atkins has gotten back into this game, and with the grand slam by Zach Beadle, and it just makes you want the All-Star game to be fun and competitive, on both sides, and you also didn't want to have a parade of runs. Like 20 to 18 or something like that, but you wanted to have a good balance of good pitching and good hitting here tonight, and I think that we've seen here on both sides. And kind of game, what do you want to ask for here in this All-Star game? And
100%. And also from the pitching perspective, these guys are not getting into grooves of pitching 2, 3, 4 innings. It's all just one inning for these guys, or sometimes it's a third or 2/3 of an inning. Here's a pop-up fouled on the right field line. Fleming will not get there. 0-2, the count moves. But these pitchers, you know, you got to get ready in the bullpen, and you have to make the most of your 3 outs. So we've seen a little bit of control issues from guys that don't usually have that problem, but that's because it's just such limited time, and they have to fit all of these all-star, I guess, players into that rotation over the course of just 7 innings. Here's the 0-2 pitch to Ochoa, off the plate, 1-2.
It's a good eye by Ochoa, and you make a good point. You want to get everyone in as much as possible and give them their chance to be on the spotlight. And with it being a 7-inning game, you're constrained to what you can do.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Swing and a miss. Rush. It's another strikeout, this time swinging on a slider down and away. 2 gone in the 6th inning.
And chased him way below the zone, and Ochoa was fooled by that one.
And that had some crazy movement. Started about belt high, thigh high on the outside part of the plate and just dove into the dirt. Head coach Taylor Jellikowski out to the mound. Caleb Rush was perfect in the 2 outs that he got, couple of Ks, and here comes Garrett Bonnet of the Utica Unicorns, looking for that 3rd out of the inning in the 6th. We're going to step aside briefly. 7-6 lead for the East All-Stars, looking for more. This is your home for USPBL baseball. We'll be right back.
Time doesn't heal all wounds. Hard work, perseverance.
And we do.
We're fighting cancer with proton therapy.
And music therapy.
We're turning back the clock on Parkinson's and outsmarting blood clots in seconds.
Instead of days.
Because this is her time. His time, your time. And it's time to show we can. Corewell Health.
Garrett Bonnet enters onto the mound, and a ton of fans still hanging out here for the final few innings of play. Alongside Alex Johnson, I'm Tom Cavanaugh from the USPBL Network. It's been a great day of baseball. Saw an awesome home run derby, tons of home runs, 37 of them hit in 3 rounds by Christian Ortega, who won it all. And from the Unicorns, Garrett Bonnet will get the ball, trying to get the final out before his team tries to battle back in the bottom half of this inning, or sorry, in the top half of the 7th, and try to tie it up, maybe take a lead and continue to play baseball.
Yeah, we'll see what Bonnet can do here, coming in 12 appearances, 23 innings of work for the righty, 20 punch-outs, 15 walks, a good opposing batting average of 173, has allowed 11 earned runs, and has a 3-0 record, and another dominant veteran out of the pen for the Unicorns.
Matt Piotrowski will lead it off against Bonnet, and it's a line drive past the glove of Grant Stevenson. 2-out single for Matt, his 3rd hit of the day.
Ripped that one at 96 to exit velocity off the bat of Matt Piotrowski. It just went off the glove of Grant Stevenson. Would have been a line drive catch, but the inning keeps on going for Ben Ferguson.
Piotrowski's now 3 for 4 on the day. Patrick Baggett, he's 2 for 2 with a walk, 3 runs scored, and 2 RBIs. Blake Bean is 2 for 3 with a triple and a single and 2 RBIs. So many different guys if you're eyeing down an MVP on this East All-Stars side. And then for the West side right now, it seems Zach Beadle might be that guy with the grand slam. We'll see how the game finishes up. 1-0 pitch on the way to Ben Ferguson. Back pick to first will not be in time. Back in standing up is Piotrowski. Nice quick throw from Beadle, though.
Yeah, he was just really good vision on that, and keeping Piotrowski in check. So throw it over to Marcoux, but unable to get the tag in time.
Bonnet delivered that fastball at 92 miles an hour. Couple of steps with that front foot, sets at the belt, 2-0 in the dirt. 3 balls, no strikes. Jared Weber waits on deck. He is 1 for 3, single and 2 strikeouts. Strike called on the outside corner to Ferguson, extends the at-bat, 3-1. Eastside All-Stars at the plate right now. They will try to finish it off in the top half of the 7th, clinging to a 1-run lead right now. Swing and a miss, and a ball upper middle zone to Ferguson, swings right through it. Full count.
Yeah, he was just trying to get a knack of that, but just couldn't get anything to go. His bonnet let one by him at 92.
Runner goes. The 3-2 is popped up. Back out of play. Beetle turns around and watches it fly. As you mentioned, not in action from the USPBL network until July 12th. Utica and Westside will face off next week. This is a great exclamation point to the first half of our 2024 season. Piotrowski takes off again. The 3-2 is high at the chin. Ball 4. So a base hit and a walk against Garrett Bonnet have now put 2 aboard with 2 gone for Jared Weber.
Keeping it going now, and Jared Weber trying to add some insurance right now with 2 on and 2 outs for Team Ben Wilcoxon.
Bonnet's first delivery to Weber, deep to left field. This one's a no-doubter. 3-run shot for Jared Weber, extending the lead for the East All-Stars, 10-6 here in the 6th inning. Wow.
Incredible job off the bat of Jared Weber. Hang time at 94 miles an hour, crushed at 358 feet. Over the left field fence. Just important for the Unicorn, for the All-Stars, or the Unicorns All-Star, Jared Weber, but that's just phenomenal work to build onto that lead. Having a 4-run lead now gives you some more breathing room after they retired the first 2 guys off of Caleb Rush, and now Garrett Bonnet's come in. Allowed that single to Piotrowski, the walk to Ferguson, and that was just an absolute no-doubter. As you can see, Blake Van Diver just looking over that left field fence and just...
He was trying to climb that wall there. See if he could get a piece of it. Foul tip from Ray Hilbrick for strike 1. Jared Weber leaves the yard. He had 8 home runs in the home run derby. He now has 1 in the All-Star game, and it's a 3-run shot. And that's huge. You know, you go into the top of the 7th inning with a 1-run lead. There's kind of some nerves there. It's one swing can completely change the game and tie it up, or you could be losing in one swing. But with a 4-run lead now, as Hilbrick swings and misses to make it 0-2, there's a little more comfort for this pitcher that goes out there for the East All-Stars in the top of the 7th.
Yeah, you just want to be able to work yourself through it, and especially with 2 outs. They were able to get 3 huge runs when they're getting a 2-out rally, and that is just really crucial heading into the next inning. And got to give credit to these guys that have worked out here tonight and have made their effort here into this All-Star game. It's been entertaining throughout the entire night.
Jared Weber, 2 for 4, home run and a single, has scored twice. Ray Hilbrick lines 1 to second base, caught by Seltzer for out number 3. And a big swing from Jared Weber extends the lead for the East All-Stars, and they're going to try to close it out here in the top half of the 7th. We'll take one more look at this jack to left field. 10-6, we go to the 7th. This is your home for USPBL baseball from the 2024 USPBL All-Star Game.
Kids, if you'd like to run the bases right now is the time to head over to the right field party patio.
know, they say, losing hope, that's the real disaster. Last year, Tropical Storm Fred sent a devastating wall of water and debris down this river. And when the waters receded, Belfour was here. Not just to rebuild, but to help restore the life of this community. Belfour, restoring more than property.
Four-run lead for the East All-Stars and Team Ben Wilcoxon. And Brett Irwin of the Beavers will take the ball here in the 7th and try to get the final 3 outs and win it for the East All-Stars.
Yeah, he's been really solid for the Beavers and for Coach John Dombrowski here, Tom. 6 appearances out of the pen, 7 2/3 innings of work. Has 9 strikeouts, only 2 walks, and a 2.35 ERA. He was a man that played on the Hoppers a season ago, but has now moved over to the Beavers.
I like what Irwin's got going on his bottom half there with the blue left sock and the red right sock. Looks pretty good, man. He didn't pitch yesterday, but very festive for the July 4th weekend, and it works well with their team colors.
Yeah, that red and navy blue, and perfectly set up right there. And then you got the Yankee pinstripe.
Those are clean jerseys. I think they might be my favorite in the league, to be honest with you.
You know, they are really clean. They're really nice, and he's going to try to get the job done here. 5, 6, 7, Seltzer, Maddox, and Beetle.
Irwin has earned his pinstripe so far this year. He starts out a Seltzer 1-0. 0 for 1 with a pair of walks today for Colby. He has an RBI on that last walk with the bases loaded. He'll now sky one in the air, first base side. Weber scaling down near the dugout. He will not overrun the ball and make the catch. It looked like he was going to overrun it for a moment and then reaches back into the cookie jar and makes the catch.
Just phenomenal work, and just, especially in the dark light, just being able to get under it and make that play. A lot of the room you work with, you kind of overrun it and you misplay it, but not there. Jared Weber, he reads the foul ground well and able to get underneath it for an important out.
Todd Maddox takes ball 1 high. And for Weber, I think over the course of the last 48 hours, including yesterday's ball game, I think I've seen Jared catch 5 or 6 balls over there without having any issues. That was the first time he's been a little shaky over there trying to make a play, as Maddox skies one a mile high in the air, way foul. That touched the clouds. 1-1.
They need to get race runners here. If you're Team Bo Atkins, now trailing by 4, you got it within 1. But then that 3-run, 2-out rally by Team Ben Wilcoxon just opened things up. And you got to give credit for what they've done here tonight. The 5-run 5th inning, made the game interesting with the grand slam by Zach Beadle, and it would have been really tough, making it a 6-0 game late in the contest.
1-2 pitch to Maddox is fouled away, and you got to give credit to those East All-Stars, because after the West Side made a comeback with 5 runs in that top of the 5th, they've scored in the last 2 innings. They chipped away with a Blake Bean triple in the bottom half of the 5th to make it a 2-run game, and then the West Side came back with another run, and you're like, okay, this is going to be a battle 1-run game here. That pitch is outside 2-2 to Maddox, and then a huge swing from Jared Weber to just put a cherry on top and have a 4-run lead going into the 7th inning. Very clutch stuff in the later frames from the East offense. Wave and a miss. Maddox goes down on a breaking ball in the dirt. 2 gone, and the final out here for Westside coming to the dish.
Up to the man, Zach Beadle.
I'm Anthony
now.
Tomey, CEO of Tomey Group.
You would like to have a few more runners on base like you did last time.
I will.
That breaking ball just so filthy. Diving down late break gets Maddox fooled. Beadle saw 1 pitch, his first at-bat, and went deep for a grand slam. He will take the first pitch this at-bat for a strike on the upper outer corner. (10-6) is your score here in the 7th. Beatles down 0-2, and the West All-Stars down to their final strike. Efficient inning so far by Brett Irwin as well. He's working on his 10th pitch.
Yeah, he's just been in control. Just one pitch away. Zach Beadle calling time.
Irwin over the head like Greg Loken in the 0-2. Strike 3 called on the corner, and the East All-Stars take it in 2024. Back-to-back strikeouts to end the game. Got Maddox swinging, and here's Irwin dotting up the outside corner to Zach Beadle for out number 3 to end cap a 10-6 win.
Just a great All-Star game all around here tonight, and for Team Ben Wilcox and the East All-Stars, congratulations to them. Great game throughout here tonight, Tom, and you couldn't have asked for a better way to end the first half of the season. And the best of the USPBL came out here tonight and gave the fans a show, both in the home run derby and here in the game tonight. We saw 2 long balls, one by Zach Beadle and the other one by Jared Weber, both late in the game. And just a great end. The 4th of July weekend, and we got the fireworks coming out here in a few minutes, and it's just been a really been a blast here tonight. And pitching was strong throughout, and
you're right. I mean, we saw a little bit of everything today. I mean, the home run derby is one thing. Christian Ortega of the Beavers got that win and hoisted that trophy. But in this game, we saw some awesome innings. Greg Loken struck out the side. We had John Kelly with a pair of strikeouts. Some big runs on both sides. Great defensive plays. Patrick Baggett in the hole. A relay from the left field side was awesome. So I was really impressed with all the baseball that we saw over today. We're going to throw it down to the field for our player of the game, Jared Weber.
Oh, it was great. Kudos to my teammates. Kudos to Captain Ben. Chose a great team, and we did a good job, so I'm happy to get the win.
And with that home run, that makes you our MVP of the All-Star Game. How great does that feel?
Oh, that's awesome. I didn't feel my best today, but I stuck with it, never gave up, and we got the win, so it's good.
Give it up again for Jared Weber, our MVP of the game and our player of the game.
Thanks so much, Maddie. That was a failed attempt from Ben Wilcoxon and Ben Kreisen to try to shower down Jared Weber. I hope they try again with the second bucket right there. Your final score, 10-6. The East All-Stars take it with the big swing from Jared Weber, a 3-run shot. I want to take a quick second to give a big thank you to everybody involved today on the production side of things. Our EP, Christian Gibbons, our director, Christian Jackson, cameraman, Vance Harvey, Jason Naraki, Enver Shapelo, Dom Nincella on the graphics and the photos, Cooper Schoenberg from the pregame host, and Jeremiah Green as well. From Alex Johnson, I'm Tom Cavanaugh saying so long from the USPBL Network and the 2024 All-Star Game. 10-6 win for the East Side. We will see you next Thursday. Have a great night, everybody.